Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host. Who forgot to unmute his mic. I unmuted the screen, um, but when I moved my mic away from my mouth earlier today, I muted it, and I thought, "Oh, I'll see the colored light and remember that it's muted." That didn't pan out. Hi guys. It's Thursday, and there was a debate last night. There was also a Donald Trump talking to Tucker Carlson kind of thing, and we might watch that. I haven't decided yet, just because the debate is 2.5 hours. We'll probably watch it on like 1.25 speed. I would watch it 1.5 speed, but honestly, there's a couple of back and forths where it's kind of hard to make out what's said if you watch it too fast. A lot of these guys, they talk way slow. Good God, they're slow speakers. So you can understand them at 1.5 and probably even at 2 times speed. But like when Nikki Haley starts to argue with Vivek Ramaswamy, or when Mike Pence starts to argue with Vivek Ramaswamy, or when Chris Christie starts to argue with Vivek Ramaswamy, sometimes there's some back and forth that gets stepped over, and it's a little hard to hear at the faster speeds. The debate was totally skippable. Just a few moments of note. It depends on what you're looking for in your debate. If you're looking to actually find out what these guys are about, I mean, I think it was more telling than just their policies. There's a couple of moments in this debate which are really telling. Like, would you still support? I want to point this out. They had to sign a pledge to support whoever the Republican nominee is to get on this debate stage. Had to sign a pledge. But there is a moment, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but where they're asked if they will support Trump if he's convicted and is elected the nominee, and it is a very, very telling moment. Only two of them have a chance. Well, see, this is another thing, Faithless. What didn't happen is as important, or more so than what did happen. And let's just take a quick look at what I'm talking about. We don't have the numbers for the Nielsen ratings and all that yet. We should get those. Typically, you get them the next day, so maybe we'll see them. But we do get the breakdown of who got to talk and how much, and a couple of like what the biggest issues were. Mike Pence ends up being the one who speaks the most. Watch with me anyway, guys. I promise. I'll make it worth your while. Ramaswamy comes in second, Christie third, DeSantis. I have trouble believing that he talked for 10 minutes. This says he talked for 10 minutes and 22 seconds. I have trouble believing. Look, where he does speak, he makes the most of it. But he really didn't get to talk all that often. Then next is Haley with only 8 minutes, and all the way down to Hutchinson, who only had 7 minutes. And Burgum and Hutchinson and Scott, for that matter, they had the least, and it's probably right because they have no chance in hell. But the top, at least time spent, was on abortion, then Donald Trump, and then credentials. That'll come up. Education, border security, and then they just kind of into these. But here's the interesting one. Who was attacked the most? Who was attacked the most? Joe Biden, which you expect. Remember, this is the New York Times counting it, so what exactly is an attack is up for debate. But Joe Biden, then Donald Trump, and then Ramaswamy. Haley's attacked more. Haley and Pence are attacked more than DeSantis is. More than DeSantis is. Now, DeSantis is trying to spin this. I saw his people trying to spin it. There's a rule in the debate that if you attack somebody directly, they get a 30-second response. And DeSantis's camp is trying to spin it as, oh, they were afraid to come at us because if they attacked us, we got more time to speak. That's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. But when you're on a debate stage like this, and you see this from Haley tried to have her Gabbard moment here. She tried to have her Gabbard moment where she's Tulsi and Vivek Ramaswamy is Kamala Harris, and she goes for that jugular boy, and it just didn't play out the way she wanted it to, in my opinion. She got some cheers for it because there's way too many Republicans who are still out there wanting to, blow up Russia. But yeah, to me, it just looked like nobody thought that DeSantis was a factor. I'm not even sure what they mean on this by DeSantis got attacked once. I'll have to rewatch it with you guys, which we're about to do, and see if I can spot it. But they treated him like he was irrelevant, like he wasn't even on the goddamn stage. And there's a reason for that. And it's not that they're afraid of him. It's that he's declining in the polls and Vivek is the one who's rising. So what you want to do in this kind of situation is get your name out there. And the way you get your name out there is by swinging for the big guy. Nobody gives a shit if you take out Asa Hutchinson. You got to swing for who's winning. And so you got Trump and Ramaswamy attacked the same number of times. That tells you what this is what I was telling you guys yesterday about how Trump and Ramaswamy represent the old and new guard of populism. All of the other guys, I mean, for the most part, are pretty much just your standard Republicans. Okay, in fairness, a lot of them are rhinos, but they're the establishment. They're not going to be all that different on policy. They're not going to be all that different on execution. But they're not vying to take each other out because they're pretty much all the same. You have to distinguish yourself by hitting the other guy. It's why you attack Biden. It's why you attack Trump. It's why you attack Ramaswamy. And not so much Pence. Or if Ramaswamy never has the surge he's had, then maybe they go after DeSantis. But right now, they have a mini Trump on the stage, basically. And for anybody who gets offended by that, no, I'm not saying they have the exact same policies or anything. But you have this rich guy who's from outside of Washington who wants some radical changes that people have been asking for and that the establishment refuses to give up, even though they run on it constantly. And so, yeah, he was basically, even though he is not a Trump surrogate, he was a surrogate for Trump during this debate. So, yeah. Swamp establishment versus insurgents. Yes, Faithless. That is very well put. Very well put. But enough prelude. Let's jump into this shit show, shall we? Now, we are watching this on the GOP feed over there on Rumble. And a couple of things to note. Any sponsors and stuff you see on the screen, I have nothing to do with them. This is part of the GOP feed from Fox News. Apparently, they were working together, and this is the thing. You're going to see stuff for like Black Rifle Coffee show up in the corner, and you'll see donors to the GOP at the top. I get none of that. None of that is me. I'm not affiliated with any of these people. But just so you know, like I said, we're going to start at 1.25 speed here, and this is it. Now, I will say this too. I believe, based on my own listening, Jack's not here, so I can't test it with him. That might be a little bit low, but there's nothing I can do about it. It is as loud as it can go, so adjust your volume accordingly. Can we put closed captioning on? Does this have closed captioning? No. All right.
Some call it the heartland. Others flyover country. But for the 2024 presidential hopefuls, the Midwest is the place to land. Here, there is one battleground that may be harder to win than ever. Wisconsin.
Why? They going to cheat again? Sorry. I'm not supposed to be jumping into it yet. How bad is it? Should I turn my microphone down so that you guys can normalize your volume? Is it too different from me?
A state known for its beer and cheese. gridiron and grit, and also its razor-thin elections. In 2016, Republicans narrowly flipped the Badger State red for the first time since Ronald Reagan.
Which is funny because later they'll call this a battleground state, which I guess technically it is these days, but
it was back to blue by 2020. That election came during an unprecedented year. The country was rife with tension. In the suburbs,
I should have skipped this part. I apologize, guys.
But that was just the beginning. 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, leaving the legality of abortion up to the states. In Wisconsin, that meant a nearly total ban. The power of that issue drove Democrats to the polls this year. Now, that new thin liberal majority on the court could have that abortion issue before it again, just as the race for the White House accelerates.
Why would it go? Never mind. You know, as I watch this, Fox News is not what it used to be, right? It's not as bad as CNN. I actually find it a little bit worse. I find it a little more insidious these days because they're what like CNN and MSNBC used to be, where they before Trump they would we lean a little left, but we're still telling you the truth. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where Fox News is these days. You guys are quite clearly lefties. Your volume's pretty loud. All right, we'll turn it down some. Hopefully I remember to turn it back up later. All right, is that a little bit better? Da-da. Anyhow, that's as much as I'm willing to turn it down because, look, I'm not using an encoder, so I can't just do it on the fly. This is just straight through StreamYards. We're going to have to do it here.
Tonight, the Republican candidates will face off at the home of the Bucks and the Marquette Golden Eagles, hoping to return next July to this city on the shore of Lake Michigan to accept the Republican nomination at their party's national convention.
There we go. It's all about the Wisconsin, y'all.
Tonight, the race for the White House takes flight. Welcome to the first debate of the 2024.
Oh, you're getting ahead of us there, Faithless, but you're not wrong. The one crowd question. Oh.
Presidential campaign live at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
8 Republican candidates have qualified and have chosen to be here.
Wait, I just want to pause. I want to actually go back just half a second. Watch as they come up to Ron. Wait. Right
8 Republican candidates have
here. These two idiots, Hutchinson and Christie, they look at the camera right before it swells by. But look at this fake ass smile. Vivek's smile comes across as, "Hi guys, I'm Vivek, sorry. Nice to meet you." And Ron's comes across like, "I've really got to poop right now." It's so fake. Ron. In the spin room afterwards, Hannity was talking to all of the candidates, and he sits down with Vivek, and he actually says to him, he goes, "You know, you're so personable. You smile all the time." He says, "Politicians need to smile more." And then I see this smile from Ron, and I'm like, they really probably shouldn't. They really shouldn't.
And have chosen to be here on our debate stage tonight. They are here to lay out their vision for America, the battle as they battle for the GOP nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republican choice for president will accept the party's nomination next summer.
Martha, there was just a thing with her earlier today where she had this little focus group that was supposed to be undecided voters, and one of them was actually a DeSantis plant. I'm surprised they didn't change her at the last minute after that popped out. But I'm more interested. Brett Baer just seems to be widening. It doesn't even look like he's getting really fat. It just looks like he's getting wide. Is he taking human growth hormone? Because he's got that Danny DeVito head grow that Joe Rogan has, where it's just like his head is getting huge. Brett, what happened to you, man? I know that's entirely unimportant to the debate, but this is who I am, so deal with it.
Leaders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Does that look natural? If ladies out there, you're married to a guy and you're like, hey baby, you wanna go get it on? And he smiles at you like that. Do you not call the cops even though he's your husband? You're like, oh no. Oh my God. Now that he looks like he's just having fun and happy to be there. That is a genuine smile. Now, ladies, you ask that same question to him and he smiles at you like that. You know you're getting plowed well that night. That's all I'm saying.
Former Vice President Mike Pence.
Mike can't even show teeth. Even Mike's smile doesn't like him. Okay, Nikki's isn't bad. I don't know why she chose to wear drapery to the thing. Maybe she saw the Carol Burnett Gone with the Wind sketch and thought that's actually how you're supposed to dress. And if you don't get that reference, your life makes me sad. You should look it up.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
That's the best he can get for a smile. I thought Mike Pence's face hated him. Shit. Now Timmy looks like wait, me? Am I here? Tim, you're better than this, man. You're better than this.
Former Arkansas Governor.
I really got I saw somebody who said, because I watched a couple of comments about the debate before I watched it. And there's this one family, and if I get bored enough, we'll watch it later. But they watched the debate with an MSNBC reporter and gave their opinion about it. And they're solidly Trump family. All of them said that they're still voting for Trump, but they're talking about the candidates who are on the stage. And several of them mentioned Tim Scott as, hey, not for president, but I think he should run as Trump's VP. I watched this and I thought, did he do drugs before the campaign tonight? Because, I mean, that where we just saw him, he looks like he doesn't know where the fuck he is. He looks high as fuck. Anyway, there's Asa Hutchinson, who nobody knows, so don't worry if you've never seen him before. And then finally,
Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Dougie here, he's also happy. That's just because his $20. We've been wrong. We've been telling you guys for $1 he'd give you $10. No, it was $20 he was giving away to Bed Bath & Beyond or wherever the hell he was giving gift cards from to make it on the stage. He's so unforgettable. We misidentified him as being the South Dakota governor when we talked about it this morning. He is irrelevant. He does not belong on the stage. I don't know why he got on here. The way he got on here, Larry Elder wasn't allowed on here because of the Rasmussen poll that he would have made him qualify was sponsored by the Trump campaign. This motherfucker literally gave away $20 gift cards to get people to give him $1 donation so he could get on here. And that's okay. Larry Elder had a better claim to be on the stage than this fucker does. And look, I don't think Larry Elder has a chance in hell of becoming president. I think he would have made it a little bit more interesting than this guy does. But I mean, honestly, this guy doesn't belong there. Elder should have been there. That's just the way it is. And every time I saw his face, that's what I thought. All right, let's let them talk for a bit.
Some ground rules for tonight. We'll ask the questions, and then candidates get 1 minute to answer. If someone is singled out, you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared.
Okay. There are 8 people on that stage. Only 2 have a big opportunity here. They have a big opportunity. guys, this is going to be an EFAB kind of thing. That's how I do this shit. But over on Rumble, I think Vivek, I'm going to try to say his name properly from now on, guys. Should be VP. He doesn't want it. He has made that crystal clear. He doesn't want it. And yeah, lots of people will say that during a campaign, but a lot of those people are used to playing the political game where, okay, I'll take second place, so maybe I can get first later. Vivek doesn't need to. And this is a guy who spent quite a bit of his career as the boss, and coming in second place to go sit in an office and occasionally go to a funeral, not really his style. I believe him when he says he doesn't want it. We'll see if he ever changes his mind, but I see what he says, and I believe him.
To be the Republican choice for president at a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
Stop using that retarded phrase. Bidenomics is just Joe Biden trying to latch on to Reaganomics and associate himself with that in some kind of attempt to have a legacy. If we're going to say Bidenomics, we need to say the shit that is Bidenomics before it every time. That's got to be part of it. But that's all it is. It is a propaganda technique to attach himself to Reagan. Anybody buying that Biden is Reagan-esque in any way, and even when he announces it, when he starts calling it Bidenomics, he's like, oh, Reaganomics hurt us. This is going to be Bidenomics. He even attaches it to it right then. Bidenflation, yes, that is actually one that is appropriate. If you want to call it Carternomics, I'd be okay with it.
They call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time.
You guys, see, he tries to make it sound, I know I paused at the wrong time there, but he tries to make it sound like other people were calling it Bidenomics. He started it. He started that shit. It's like giving yourself your own nickname, and then he's pretending other people are doing it. Fuck off.
But guess what?
It's not.
But is it?
No.
More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in
shit,
Wisconsin.
hang on. Are you here, Jack? Oh shit, dude. How come I can hear it when I don't have my headphones in, but with my headphones in, I don't hear the click to let me know you're here?
I blame older boys.
I blame Chris Christie. That fat bitch eats so much he ate the ding.
I was
How you
having
doing?
some great fun at his expense on the Twitter machines.
Oh, what a fucking piece of shit. How you doing tonight, man?
I'm actually pretty tired. I did two things. One, I fell asleep, and two, my power went out because we're having a storm. So it just kind of went off for a little while, but I was trying to wait to see if it stabilized before I joined in. And then I enjoyed the lovely back room for a few minutes.
Well, at any time, if you do need to go, because this is probably going to be a long show.
Oh, I'm just going to disappear because this thing's going to blow my power out. I'm not going anywhere unless I have to because I'm Poe.
Eagle says, I blame you because you didn't stop talking, but I still normally hear it. It makes a very distinct kind of sound.
Sure, it does. You were just ignoring me.
I for some reason, I don't hear it through the headphones as well as I do. Like before the show, if you pop in, I never miss that.
I figure you'll see me in chat eventually.
And that's what happened. I didn't even see you in chat. I saw somebody say, hi, Jack.
Yeah. Well, that works too. Whatever. So
thank you, Keldrig.
Whoever did that.
The old man has the creepy pedo whisper down to a science. Well, it's his natural state.
Right?
Speaking of which, those of you who've tried donating over on Streamlabs and it hasn't worked, if you feel like donating tonight, please try it over there because I did change a setting and I'm trying to see if we can get that working again. But thank you for all donations. Please donate wherever you feel comfortable doing so. Anyhow, Jack, as I told the people, I can't turn this up anymore. This is as loud as it gets. I'm turned down a little bit. You guys are just going to have to deal with shitty audio tonight. I'm sorry. I wish there was a better feed of this.
Yeah, there's really not. Plus, you're at like 1.5 speed anyway, so it's quiet and sped up.
1 1/4. Should I slow it down?
I don't care. Thanks for dropping the links, Bubba. Yeah, as long as people like, share, and subscribe and make their money our money, I think everything's cool. I don't know. I'm like punch drunk tired because I was asleep for like an hour, and the storm I kept intermittently waking up to the sound of the storm, but also I had this audio playing. I had podcast running, and then Time Team kicked on. So I've got Baldric quietly whispering to me during the storm, and he's talking about the Romans. And I'm like, what is happening? My dreams were all over the place. It was crazy.
Faithless says 2 times it. Again, one, as quiet as it is for you guys, I'm not sure that would be a good idea in the first place. But there's a few exchanges I know I want at a slower speed. I just don't remember when they are, so I can't like, oh wait, here's where I got to slow it down. Yeah. So let's see what it's like at 1 time speed.
Real quick, thank you, Circus Zero, for that generous donation, making you less poor. Oh, thank you, Cirque. I really do appreciate that. I gotta get groceries tomorrow, and this fucking storm is going to ruin my fucking afternoon because I was supposed to mow the lawn tomorrow in the 100-degree heat. So now I have to push that back and move other stuff around. I didn't really want to do it anyway, but that's neither here nor there.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people's out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford the house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
Sir, thank you so much. Who says a bribe so you'll get your eye checked out? That's very generous, sir. I appreciate it. I saw that. Anyway.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond.
I got to stop there for a second because I saw some retards today. Like, that's clearly a you damn Yankees kind of thing. It's a very bad look. One, it's alliteration. It works with the title because this guy goes, you could do it with all kinds of things. Like, why not Boston or Philly?
Because the people north of Richmond are the ones running our country.
Well,
DC is north of Richmond,
south of Philly. The rich people south of Philly. That doesn't make sense. I mean,
that's so fucking tough. That's the name of the song. Just why are you over analyzing it?
Because they're looking for racism. So this has to be the South will rise again bullshit.
Oh yeah. Well,
no.
The desperation for racism is horrifying, quite honestly.
Yeah. All right.
It is by a singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver.
That's another point. The singer's from Virginia, where Richmond happens to be the capital, Jack.
Yeah. Look, Richmond, actually not a bad city.
The problem with Richmond, and another reason that it ties in, is that a lot of people who work in DC live in Richmond.
Yeah, just like Baltimore and a lot of the other outlying areas.
So a guy from Virginia talking about the problems of DC, going, hey, Richmond north of Richmond, which unless you're a complete fucking retard, you understand that they're talking about Washington, D.C. You're just looking for a fucking problem. It's literally what makes sense with his background and the location.
Yeah, no, we just got so many whiny little pussies out there these days.
Good morning, Nuts. How you doing, sweetie?
Hey, Stargazer. Again, I'm sorry. I'm kind of distractible and I'm really tired, so I'm going to be saying a lot of really offensive, mean things. And
that's as long as they're on topic, we're cool.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
For the record, on topic is how fat Christy is.
Oh my God. I bet he sweats lard.
Look how none of the other ones look like they're having trouble fitting behind the podium.
Well, they weren't chewing on it earlier. Is this made of candy? Thank you, Keldrick. Gay ass is high, food. Gay ass is high, food is high. That one dude has some weird taste. Well, he's just pointing out the stuff that's gotten more expensive, and gay ass is not getting any cheaper, apparently.
I'm not going to lie. When I first listened, what he's talking about, guys, is the clip of the people talking about how bad and economics are right now. The first black guy, when he says gas, he says gay ass. And I, honest to God, I had to stop and rewind it, Jack. I'm like, what did he say?
Right.
Are you buying for Buttigieg's or
you don't buy booty, you rent it.
You rent it.
Speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country. Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men.
So, Governor
To me, it's sacrilege to interrupt that song, so I let him play out as much as they played. I love that they got him saying the line that your dollar ain't shit, and they didn't bleep it.
Yeah, well.
Welcome to 2023, man. Look, I like that song, and the lyrics of that song are pretty spot fucking on. And
he's expressing frustration. He's a poor dude living in the South, and let's face it, the South has been economically depressed for a very long time.
It has, and every time there's a new setback, they always get hit the hardest.
Yeah, well, they're not big on infrastructure down there, so that's why they lost that little civil conflict we had.
Well, there's also the fact that, I mean, the further we get away from an agricultural economy, the further in the past that area even is, because they are still largely agricultural.
Yeah.
So,
and they're not exactly trying super hard to keep up. There's a couple of pockets of like tech growth. I mean, you have like the Quad City there, shit, I can't think of the name of the fucking place where the college is. Anyway, there's a few pockets of like development, but the rest of it is largely still agricultural and doesn't have a lot to it. So it's kind of a throwback in a way.
Florida has always been kind of an exception because they have their tourism industry down there too.
Yeah.
But that's another thing that gets hit when there's a recession. You see Atlanta trying to pull away from that a little bit with bringing more of the movie industry kind of in there. Mm-hmm. I've never understood why that corridor, North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe it's because of the hurricanes, but all the way from basically North Carolina down to Florida, that should be a major corridor for shipping and technology right there instead of being only in California. I don't get it. All right, let's actually finally get to the candidates eventually, I hope. I know they speak.
Why is this song striking such a nerve in this country right now?
That's a dumb fucking question. All right, I'm going to tell you why. Many of us have heard this song, and there's a good chance the candidates have heard the song.
Yeah, Chapel Hill Rally. Thank you.
There you go.
Jesus, boy, I'm really out of it.
If they hadn't heard this song, why is this song resonating with Americans? I don't know. What
I'd
were
like
the
to phone
again?
A friend.
Right?
You think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline.
Good answer.
And it starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country If you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home, while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings, that is wrong.
I love that he took the shot at the paintings there. Frank, thank you so much. Speaking for North Carolina, it's mostly local politicians holding our local industries hostage. I can relate. We have that very same thing in my city. We don't have nearly the opportunities you guys should, but yeah, we deal with that. We have fuckers who want to still live in horse and buggy times for some reason. I don't know why.
Maintain power base, big fish, small pond kind of thing.
The city I live in should easily be 4 times the size it is, Jack, if it wasn't for local politicians.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've got a level with small towns, especially, you have a level of xenophobia. Like, they don't want outsiders coming in and dicking with their stuff, not just because they fear the other, but because it ruins their power base. So you get some small town mayor with an ego, and he doesn't want somebody else coming in and contributing big piles of money. Like, if you're in a small enough town, you don't even have like a McDonald's or anything, but that would have enough financial interest in the town they could have a say, and they don't want to give up that kind of power.
Retro says no sleep till sunrise at this pace. Settle in. It's going to be a long one. I'm not even going to pretend that this is going to go slowly or go quickly tonight, because it's not. It is going to depend. Like, I'm not sure, Jack, whether I'm going to cover the Trump stuff after this. I might, but I haven't decided. Dark, thanks so much, Dark Resurrect, coming through with that feminist $12. I find it funny that people are calling Anthony, that's the guy who sings that song, a plant and controlled opposition. They're trying to post videos of him saying diversity is good. Like, that's not the point of his song. Well, yeah, I saw that because this one person, I don't know if you saw the video going around of Oliver Anthony.
No, I heard of people talking about it, and I've seen people saying he's a plant from different sides. So yeah, I just kind of largely ignored it.
The one person, because when he speaks, he does not have a Southern accent. And they're like, where does Southern accent go? Like, he's singing country music.
Yeah, it's a style of music. Obviously, they've never heard like bluegrass before.
Or what about British singers who, when they sing, sound normal, and then they stop singing and they do that I kind of know English speaking that the British do?
Yeah. Well, that's most British.
Yeah.
And even some Australians, they sound very American when they're singing.
Yes.
Because apparently we're just that amazing.
And yeah, I wonder what they would think of that. Oh, where does American accent go? But it's literally the style of music that he's doing.
No, that just comes from liars and people that have not been around very long. Like, nobody, they don't have a lot of experience with the world. They're not very worldly.
And then
I'm really off my game today.
Oh, no, you're fine. And as that said, he says diversity is our strength, but he's not using it in the way that we've seen your wokey shitheads using it. He's talking about us all being Americans. He basically is doing it the way that Vivek does later in this debate about how we all are. We need to recognize what brings us together rather than what drives us apart. Anyhow, yeah, I saw this stupid shit. I saw it. Anyhow, back to speaking of stupid shit. I don't know when we get to Christie first. I know it's coming.
We also cannot succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally,
it's literally who they're talking about in the song, Ron. This is what I meant by it was a dumb question. He's talking about government, homie. You might have missed that when they briefed you on the fact do you think they briefed him that this song might come up?
Yeah.
Like in their debate prep, somebody went, they might bring up the Oliver Anthony song, Rich Men North of Richmond, or Anthony Oliver. I keep saying his name backwards.
Whatever. You got two first names, hard to keep track.
Because these guys lock themselves in rooms for days at a time to plan out what they're going to say at these things. I just can't believe any of them thought that this song would come up.
Need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy
Amen.
production. We will be energy dominant
Amen.
again in this country.
You should be saying that, Ron. The only problem there is that all that does is remind people that Trump had already accomplished that.
Whoops.
I'm not wrong about that, am I?
No.
I mean, you're right. Open everything up, but the guy who did that is the other guy running with the 60% lead on you, homie.
Unfortunately, that sort of thing happens a lot because they talk about the border wall and all this other stuff. And a lot of it is stuff that Trump had already done and Biden stopped doing.
Yes. So you guys can run on it for sure, but you have to do it in a way that separates yourself. And he just didn't. He just said, hey, we need to do that. Well, okay. All right.
Yeah, Faithless Pence accidentally does that a lot. Pence is terrible in this.
Pence, there's actually one clip of Pence that I want to make a video of where he makes the best argument to reelect Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. He says a few things there where I'm like, man, why are you doing that? You're dumb.
Well, the one I'm talking about, he tries to take a shot at Vivek, and we will get to it, and I will pause it, and I will laugh at him a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Real quick. Thank you, Fetterman's neck roll. If you have a problem.
Wait. Let me mute. Go ahead and read.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for Christie, then you ain't fat. You ain't fat. You ain't nothing. Ding dong, yo. Thank
Holy
you, Fetterman's
shit.
neck roll.
I was not expecting that. That was fucking amazing. Hey,
I'm gonna have that Weird Al song stuck in my head the rest of the night.
Keldrig, thank you so much. What? Oliver Anthony doesn't speak with the same accent he sings? What's next? Jason Aldean has someone else writing his songs for him? Unheard of. What the hell is going on in the music industry?
Mind blown.
I'm so fucking stuck on that neck thing. All right, I can do this. We got a long way to go.
I showed it could be done in the state of Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
You didn't show in the state of Florida that you could get energy independence because that's not something, that's a national policy, homie.
Shush.
This is, when we were talking earlier today, I'm like, how many times do you think this guy's going to say Florida? You've done a lot of great things in Florida. Energy independence isn't one of them.
Yeah. There's a lot of drinking games you could play with this thing, and largely you're going to die. So don't do that.
I saw a bingo that the Trump surrogates, I don't know that Trump had anything to do with it, but that some of his surrogates were passing out. And they actually make themselves look foolish because it's all things that Ron DeSantis would say. And I don't think he says any of them. And you got to be careful because you end up making your opponent look better. You make yourself look like a petty jackass.
Excuse me. Those were aimed at Ron DeSanctimonious.
Yes, DeSanctimonious. You go for gimmies like the fact that he's going to bring up Florida, which I think he does in every answer he gives.
It was an inordinate amount, yeah.
There's that creepy smile again. Hey, baby, you want to do it? Ron, don't try to smile, please. Thank you, Talbot. I'm catching up at 2 times speed, 20 minutes left. Vivi Boy might not be up for VP in his wants, but I could see him being well placed as the guy put in charge of scheduled F implementation when Trump wins. When we were talking this morning, I didn't bring it up, but it was said in chat. Vivek, for state, I could see that. If he'd want chief of staff, because you're still number 2 in that position, but you basically run the White House at that point.
Yeah.
It would have to be something where he's the head of an organization. I would love for him to say, yeah, I would take VP. But no candidate should say that on the campaign trail.
No, they can't. It's foolish.
That is such a creepy smile, Ron.
Governor Christie, do you
You
agree
need to
with
smile
DeSantis
more, Ron.
just said?
Ron's smiling.
Oh God, that smile is fucking horrible.
There, and why would you be better on the economy
Come on, Chunky.
than him?
Well,
Why does he look like his makeup was done at a funeral home?
They all look like that.
No, not like this. He's got this. If you guys have ever seen a dead body, there's this almost graying that happens as they sit there in for the viewings and stuff. The longer they're there, and his skin. Look at that. It's like he had Frank's funeral director from Frank's Little Beauties do it for him. All right. Anyway, he had a question. Why would you be better? I will take care of the national weight problem by eating so much no one else can.
I'm gonna outlaw buffets for everybody but me.
Yeah.
Look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now,
remind me how many times he's been president?
11.
Okay, all right. The experience of doing it. I'm going to pretend I haven't seen this already. He's going to go on and say something about what he did in his own state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course he is.
I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view.
You also left office with like a less than 10% approval rating. And you didn't run as that conservative, sir. And it's also at a very specific time. Technically, California had a Republican governor not that long ago. It was Arnold, but by California politics, he was a hardcore righty. So, it's all relative. Mitt Romney was a Republican who was up there in Massachusetts and became governor because he's a Massachusetts Republican.
Yeah, that gave us Romney care.
We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward.
Everything you just said there was meaningless word salad. He didn't give a single example of something they did. He did. We cut taxes. How much and when and how long was that in place? Those are important. But then he goes, when there were bad Democrat ideas, we stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we worked with them. Well, which ones? Give an actual fucking example. Thank you, Dangerous. Nobody cares what Krispy Kreme has to say. You're right. But they let him talk way too much in this debate.
And accountability are the things we need to do to fight waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country, and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quick.
Sure. But how do you say that as a Republican in the crowd not go wild? Did you hear how quiet it was?
Yeah, there was a lot of that. Because I think people were zoning out or they're watching Tucker on their phones like Marjorie Taylor Greene was.
Quickly, New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously.
It feels like he was a little too prepared for that question.
Yeah.
I'm just being a little honest here. He seemed a little too prepared. But he doesn't address it was the debt. It was downgraded 11 times while you were governor, shithead. If the debt had been cut the way you say it would, it should have at least stopped. You weren't governor that long, homie. It's not like he was governor for 16 years, Jack.
Yeah.
And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did was cut pension.
Never mind. I'll just let that go.
Payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes
real
after
quick.
welfare.
2 things. Number 1, thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. Silence Chris Crisco. You have no substance and are horrible for the public, just like Crisco. Oh, that's true. Also, that bell you heard, get used to that being completely fucking ignored.
Yeah.
That thing is meaningless. It's just a sound effect that happens randomly. Probably when an audience member farts. I don't know.
I wasn't paying attention at the beginning where they explained what the bell was. So I honest to God thought that bell was like a 15-second warning that their time was almost up. That's how much they fucking ignore it.
Fair programs. As a senator, now President
Biden. That got interrupted. Let me back it up so we get the full question.
Back it up. Yeah, back it up, Martha.
Shit, I went back to
who ran up that debt tremendously.
Sorry.
And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010.
His lips look like something I saw in the Christian Science Monitor that I didn't quite understand. It was like called gaping or something. Just gonna leave that out there.
Gross,
we also did was
am I wrong?
Pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending. This was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore.
No, in fact, he's gone after Republicans for even mentioning that shit should be on the table. And that's why this question is going to Tim Scott, because he's one of the people who has mentioned that, look, everything should be on the table. I believe he supported the plan where Social Security and Medicaid, they would come up for a vote for spending every year instead of just, no, we got to spend it. And it just gets increased over and over and over again.
This question dealt with sacred cows, which means it should have gone to Ramaswamy.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Kind of bigoted phrasing there, Martha.
A little bit.
I'll spank you.
You leave her alone.
Oh, that's just saucy.
It's kind of cute.
Senator, though, for 10 years. So what have you done?
Look at this guy. I'm telling you, he's high as fuck. Tim, I realized you needed to calm down before the debate, and you're probably a little bit nervous. And somebody said, here, hit this. Make sure you're using your normal dealer so you know what you're getting, dude.
Whatever. Take some chances. Be bold. Be a risk taker. Be a maverick like McCain.
This dude is so fucking high right now.
Yeah, him and the dude that broke his leg. Yeah.
Rein in the increasing size of government.
Well, thank you for the question. Over the last several years, I've had an opportunity to vote against spending package after spending package after spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but
He's right. Cutting taxes is a great way to help people. The only problem is, I don't know if you saw the math that he did there. Our spending power is down $10,000, but they were able to give people back $4,000. Jack, in my math shows that's still down $6,000.
That's a hooker fund.
Okay. I hate when they thank him for the question. Yeah, that stupid shit started I think with Bill Clinton. That it didn't used to happen that way, and now everybody does it, and it sounds just dumb as shit.
just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved 4.4 trillion, 4.1 trillion, 1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened
too much
at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
All right, you're not wrong about that, but the problem with inflation is not home buyers, okay? Yes, people are looking to buy a home. You have a harder time right now. But people who already own their homes and people who are renting without not even thinking about a home yet, they're getting hit too. And even if you could bring down the Fed rate, that doesn't help them. So I get why you bring that up for some people, but geez, man, talk about the majority. I'm not wrong on that, so I'm not even going to ask if I am. All right, here we go.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
Now, hold
that
on one
was
second.
our
We're going
administration.
to.
Now, again, they're allowed to respond if they are directly attacked. And this is Mikey Boyle. Hey, that was our administration. Mike, you do this a couple of times throughout this.
Couple.
Where you try to take credit. And I realize this is what vice presidents do, but you try to take credit for what happened during the Trump administration.
This dude is an interrupter bot, man. He tried to answer every fucking question like they're all should be aimed at him. His ego is out of control in this.
You see this with the final couple of questions.
Oh, yeah, it's real bad.
They really should have asked this. Okay, each of you gets 30 seconds on this. What is your take on A, B, C? But instead, like we've seen with these first three questions, the first one is directly to DeSantis. The next one is directly to Christie. The next one is directly to Scott. And there's no real debate there over the issues. You get to speak on this issue. You know what I mean? That's really a bad way to do this.
I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President.
I like that he got slapped down there. Shut up, Mike.
Yeah, they do that a couple times. And there's a couple times where like somebody should have told them like, shut him up. They should have been able to kill microphones.
I don't know if you guys can see it because it's probably really small on your screen, but that smile on Vivek's face right now with Pence getting slapped down like that, it is precious. You're a precious, sir.
Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should...
And I love that too. He's the only one that his name is mentioned and somebody in the background goes, wow, like they're a parent at a high school basketball game.
That might be his mom. I don't know.
It might be.
Choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage. You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
Now, see right there, they set up the question perfectly. He should have said, like Pikachu, I'm adorable.
Yes.
They said, Why would they choose you? Well, that's obviously a Pokemon question.
But not with Pikachu. You got to go Charmander, man. Charmander's the cutest one.
I don't know. I barely know what Pokerman are. So
Trust me.
Yeah, I just go with what I know, which is incredibly limited from like 30 years ago when my nephew watched the cartoon.
Look, if he really wanted to get a lot of young people votes at that point, he should have just went, gotta catch them all. Anyway.
Question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that.
I do want to pause right here. In the spin room after, when he's talking with Sean Hannity, he tells Sean, he goes, I'm not a politician. Sean goes, I got news for you. You are now. And he goes, all right, you're right. I probably have to accept that.
That's a tough one to deal with, let me tell you.
He's in politics now, so you're a politician now. You're not a lifelong politician or a career politician, but you're in a presidential race. You're a politician, homie.
I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apurva.
I also want to pause it. See, this is specifically one of the questions that should have went to everybody at the start of this. Why should people vote for you? They give him the chance because he is an unknown and he's not from the political world. So I get it. But everybody should have got the chance to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're being realistic, and like some of you don't have a chance. You're not important.
I mean, let's be honest. At this point, unless something drastic changes, none of them has a chance. Trump is far and away the winner of this election right now. And yes, things can change. It's happened before. Hillary doesn't really lose the election to Obama until January. That's when he catches up to her. So yeah, things can happen, but right now, none of them should be on the stage. Everybody should just be watching Tucker. If we're going by who has a chance.
Oh yeah, did you see how many people watched Tucker?
Last I saw, it was at like 96 million.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I'm sure it's higher now. I'll check it in a second. But
in fairness, that is just people who've even scrolled past it, but the vast majority of them have probably watched it. Absolutely. Anyhow, here we go.
Our two sons, following our faith in God, that is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our two sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outside.
Yeah. Part of that is educating your two sons and his generation better, because we're raising a bunch of retards. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Not a politician, Brett. You're right about that.
Yes, you are.
I'm an entrepreneur.
I went back too far. Why is it?
My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies.
Need to found hair club
I
for
did it
men.
while marrying my wife, Apurva, raising our two sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream.
His wife's name's Apurva.
Yeah, she's Indian.
Is it spelled like where you wouldn't be able to pronounce it that way, like his name is?
Maybe.
Like it's spelled QLTVX and like Apurva.
No, it probably looks like similar, but not pronounced that way. Because that's how it usually is. Like, I don't know. I'm really tired. It's 124 million right now.
And I am genuine.
God bless.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone up 30 million just 2 hours? Not even 2 hours, because I looked at it maybe an hour, well, half an hour before the show. Anyway, let's go.
Genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our two sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running to something.
Another point I want to point out here. I don't know how well the video. Hopefully the video is coming across well tonight. When he says for too long we've had Republican politicians, he holds his hand out to indicate everybody on the stage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not wrong. Most of these people are lifers.
And he calls them out a few times during this.
Yeah.
to our vision of what it means.
And look at them losing their shit.
If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race.
That is a bad analogy. If you have a broken car and you take it to a mechanic, they have to give you your keys back.
No, you just give the keys to some random kid. Be like, there you go. There's a broken car, dickhead. Have fun.
You just give it to someone else. It's a bad analogy. I know what he's going for there. Oh, God. Vivek, dude, I love you.
All right, to you, Governor Haley.
All right.
So why are you better positioned to turn around this economy that we've heard all of these voters talking about tonight?
All right. Seriously, my grandma had a bedspread just like that. What the fuck are you wearing, lady?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I don't know. I don't know what she was going for there.
Is she going for like a Jackie O kind of thing? Because that kind of,
Maybe.
Pink it up a little bit, put some blood on it. It kind of looks like one of her outfits.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's got some JFK splatter pattern. I think she's trying to hide her boobs.
Maybe.
She's a little worried Vivek will get all
Although,
turned on.
This button right here is strangely close to where her nipples should be. Her nipples should be right about there.
Oh, that's not a button. That's a nipple piercing.
It's a piercing.
Yeah.
All right.
Then Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now, he's beating
A
you
lot.
in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too. When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars.
I mean, she says nobody said that, but that's basically what Ron said without specifically mentioning earmarks. We got to stop spending. It's also even what Christie said. You fucking
Yeah,
I'm different. Let me tell you how I'm not doing anything different than they are.
Yeah, they do kind of get in the weeds a little bit because they're trying so hard to distinguish themselves.
Yeah.
But Chris Christie actually gave some reasonably adult answers, surprisingly, for some of these questions.
Some, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not giving him a carte blanche, but it was more than I expected him to give.
He'll eat the whole thing.
I know. Can you imagine taking that dude to like a candy store?
No. Although I'll tell you right there, there's going to be a lot of shrinkage in that candy store because he ain't going to pay for everything he eats.
No, he's just going to stuff it in his mouth like
he'll be grazing.
chipmunk.
Yeah. No, I get what she's going for to try to distinguish herself. And she's not wrong. It is Republicans who are largely responsible for this. And I've talked about this so many times. Spending, if you go and look throughout the years, is worse under Republican presidents than Democrat ones. Because the Republicans run on, I'm not going to spend. And nobody's looking at them when they're doing it. And then when a Democrat comes in, every dollar spent is analyzed by Republicans. Like, look how much they're spending. Yeah, but so did you, prick.
Oh, real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. I'm going to add sound effects. You go, girl. You fight for the Democrat cause.
And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President.
What, you try to get some accountant murdered, lady? That dude will be dead in an hour. They'll be like, it's a mystery.
Again, she's not wrong. She's absolutely right about this. And it's one of the biggest problems with Republicans is they will say one thing on the campaign trail and do completely different in office.
Absolutely, but I don't want to have to call in Hercule Poirot because some accountant got offed in the fucking cabinet He's like trying to do some math in a closet while no one's looking, like, this just doesn't add up. And then you see a mysterious shadow go across the view, and his body's laying there. It's a mystery. No, there's never going to be an accountant because everybody in Washington's a fucking piece of shit.
She, in my opinion, I said this before you got here, Jack, she tried so hard throughout this debate to be Tulsi Gabbard from the debate where she knocks out Kamala Harris.
Yes, and that title went to Ramaswamy more, I think.
Oh, yeah. She tried, and often she just comes off like a shrill bitch. But anyway, here we go. They're not cheering for Pence. They're cheering for her answer.
54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blame the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending?
Yes.
Well, first off,
wait, this is not part of me being part of the Trump administration.
Yeah, he really wanted to have it both ways.
I had nothing to do with that part. But anyway, sorry, I stepped on him here. Can we just use that to go back? Oh, we could. Cool. I haven't tried all the different controls here on Rumble.
$1 billion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question.
Shut up.
Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence
Answer the
administration.
question.
I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life.
You didn't do any of that. Shut up.
He didn't. No.
Martha, you asked earlier, who's the most best prepared for this
Who's
job?
the most best?
And I must say, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking
Used the
on.
Little Caesars earlier.
I think
Got the extra most
unquestionably I'm the
bestest.
best prepared,
Yes.
the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana. where we
Answer the
balanced budgets and
fucking
had a AAA
question.
bond rating when I was governor. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration. And then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got
Like no Republican was going to bring that up.
Nope. That he's the first, monkey.
Like that hasn't been a siren call of the Republicans since Reagan.
Nothing to see here. He's a Reagan-esque figure. You need to accept that. Embrace it.
I was the first one in the race to say we got to deal with the debt. Shut up.
I'm Mike Pence, and I'm better than all of you.
I just want to remind you guys, the question was, were you guys part of the problem with spending? That was the question. And the only way he even comes close, Jack, is, well, we had to backfill the military. Okay, you know what you do then? You offset those spending increases by cutting somewhere else. You didn't do that. It's one of my biggest problems with Trump was his spending. And it's just true. He spent way too much. Anyhow.
people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything.
A president can't do everything. But here we have our first real going right at somebody. I mean, Nikki Haley did it. She actually named off, 3 different people for voting for tax cut or spending increases during their time in the Congress, including Ron DeSantis, who was there as a congressman for a few years. They didn't get to answer, which is kind of weird, but this is going to be the first time. This is how you know who the rest of the field thinks the top dog is. They go after DeSantis 1 time, Vivek 6. including him right now taking this shot at Vivek for no fucking reason. There is no reason to go after him on this one.
Well, he goes after Vivek quite a lot.
Oh, he does. He does.
He's like Christie in the last Republican debate where Christie was going after Trump so much.
Vivek, for better or worse, and not because of any association, but he is the stand-in for Trump here tonight.
Yeah. I think Pence takes that personally. He seems to have some really deep-seated rage against Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Or Indian guys. Maybe he had a bad convenience store experience. I don't know.
Maybe that's why he's not alone with a woman anymore. He was alone with an Indian woman, and an Indian man came in and whipped his ass.
That would actually make sense. Don't fuck with married Indian women. Their husbands will get a machete and chase you.
Pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race.
No, it doesn't matter.
To say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor,
Mr. Vice President,
and when I was vice president.
All right. That's a hell of an answer to say, no, you can't blame us. But I love that shit at the end there where he's like, I've been in the halls. I've been in the Oval Office. Yeah, as a lackey prick. You ain't do shit. Oh, fuck. I love when vice presidents try to take credit for that kind of shit. You didn't do anything. You were there. You weren't even taking notes. You were just sitting there. You could have been daydreaming about titties for all we know.
That'd be a much more honest answer. Like what did your administration do? But I don't know. I was half awake for that thing. I didn't really do anything. I was in my office playing, Minesweeper, hoping that nobody died and I had to actually do stuff. Right. I'd make a great vice president because I don't like doing stuff.
Yeah, you were named earlier. I'm going to get Vivek first.
We'll get to both of them.
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Mike's going to get a little petty here in just a second.
He's petty through this whole fucking thing.
I mean, I love everything Vivek just said there.
Yeah.
Again,
he's got some good answers, but
God, I wish this guy had a chance.
It's amazing how many people were shitting on him online because I saw a lot of people saying like, "Oh no, he's a really good candidate to people that spend all their time online."
You mean most people?
Yeah. Well, look, people pay attention. Maybe. Pence just is morally offended by everything Vivek says, and I think you're right. It does come down to he is kind of the Trump pastiche here.
For those of you on the fence about Vivek, maybe this will push you more because I'm leaning towards this guy. I know there's stuff that he said like I'm not on him with the TTP thing or the TPP or whatever the fuck it is, the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yeah,
and even that he's kind of said different things, so I'm not sure where he actually lands on that. But during that town hall I told you about, somebody asked him, who would you name to different, departments? And he's like, we're working on a list. But he actually did name a few. And he said that the next president is going to be the person who nominates the next head of the Federal Reserve. You know what name he dropped? Ron and Rand Paul.
That'd be irony. You know what? I'd vote for him just to watch that happen.
No shit.
The comedy value alone.
That would be amazing.
That's never going to happen, though.
It's not. But anyway.
Economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you
There
all
we go.
parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. If I can. I'll go slower this time.
What a dick.
I'll go slower this time. Asshole.
I sometimes struggle with the reading
Look,
comprehension.
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I like him trying to stand there and look cool. This is looking cool face, guys. Oh, Mike, please don't leave the race.
I actually pushed a deficit reduction act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States.
Bullshit. Excuse me, man.
Got a little truth stuck in your throat.
A little bit. Look it up, guys. Go look up the national debt at the end of each year. There is no year since before Reagan was president that the national debt has gone down. And he's trying to take credit for the, I'm using air quotes, balanced budget that came through with old Billy Boy. It's never gone down. You just fucking lied. And you could, hey, as close as we've ever been. That's still good enough. Bill Clinton reduced the national debt. The fuck he did. Go look it up. There's not a single year that it got close. It was within, I think, a few $100,000. It never went down. It has always gone up. Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
When I was the leader of House conservatives, I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad.
Then why are you attacking Vivek?
Now is not the time for on-the-job training.
Wait. There it was. Listen.
And cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training.
Now is not the time for on-the-job training. Jack, of all of the candidates in the Republican side, how many of them have been president before?
None.
Donald Trump.
I thought you meant on the stage.
No,
Sorry.
all of them.
Oh, yeah, Trump.
He just made the case for this is not the time for on-the-job training. Mikey, just because you were sitting there in the Oval Office as Trump was actually working doesn't mean you've been trained. Everybody except for Donald Trump and Joe Biden will need on-the-job training, asshole.
No, because Pence, he was there, man. He was there during the. He was like that guy that's the backup for the lead in a musical. He was trained too, so he's just waiting in the wings.
No, those people actually are trained. They have to learn everything. He didn't have to learn shit.
An
understudy actually studies.
No. You shush. He's a genius. He's Mikey Pence.
We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience. We need to bring.
You hear all that booing?
Yeah,
it was step on your dick, Mike.
Well, he does it a lot because he seems very angry and kind of entitled.
Gordon, look it up. Again, don't take my word for it. Go look up the national debt by year and show me the year where the national debt went down.
30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy.
True.
It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and
They went
open.
Florida again.
And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down, you don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
All right. One, Fauci is a horrible point to use there. He's not in government anymore. He's retired. Bring in Ray. Ray is somebody that DeSantis has already promised to fire on day one.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing it because of the COVID thing. But in fairness to Trump, while there had started to be some pushback to Fauci by the end of Trump's term, that doesn't really pick up until 2021. So Trump isn't the one who would have fired Fauci when things start to get known anyway. That would be Biden, who there's no chance he was going to do it. But this is a clear shot at Donald Trump, who's not even there. And it's not a fair point. I've said this on Twitter. This isn't something I'm just doing the debate here. You can go look it up. It's not fair to take that one out on Trump right there. There's tons of shit you could do there. But the Fauci one is not really a good one. Yes, it plays well because everybody hates Fauci now, but it's not fair. Just be fair. Exactly. Nobody knew just how swampy it was before Trump. That's true. That is absolutely true. And we don't find out a lot of the worst stuff about Fauci until after Trump's out of office.
Yeah. Well, I think that was part of the problem, that Trump's getting a bad rap for something he probably couldn't have known.
Mm-hmm. If he had a second term, maybe he does call in Fauci and fire him. Who knows? But yeah.
You know what? We're going to bring in.
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now.
I fucking love this guy.
The reality
and it's not even true because two people on the stage still haven't spoke.
Well, I mean, it's not wrong though. Like, look, we already got all the slogans. These people don't matter.
And yes, faithless. Bill Barr would have been another good example. There's tons of people you could say that Trump should have fired. And Fauci's just not a fair one. He's just doing that because he's hated now. Anyway.
Fact of the matter is.
Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is, you have a...
Okay, I kind of stepped on that one. He is such a petty little shithead. Listen to Mikey.
Oh, Mikey.
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to bring in.
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact of the matter is...
Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike.
Mike said, was that one of yours? That's not the clap back you think it is, AOC. Oh, it just makes you... And look at his little face there. Oh, my God, he's such a douchebag. I'm going to miss him when he drops out of the race. I really am.
I'm not. Fuck that guy. He's annoying.
Yes, but that's what I like to make fun of.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah. He's low-hanging fruit, and low-hanging fruit is my sustenance.
Right.
Actually, we're just going to have some fun tonight.
Real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. You don't get it, Jack. It's his turn. It's his time. Mike is the Hillary of the left. You know, that might be why he annoys me so much. Yeah.
Nut says, I don't know. He comes off as trying to be a younger Trump to me. Who are you talking about?
Vivek.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I keep saying him and Trump, it's the old and new guard of populism. They're the same coin, just, different. They're not even two sides of the same coin. They're on the same face. They're just different parts of the coin itself.
And the reality is, you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution? Okay, and I stand on the side of the American Revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have
No,
a
you're
moment on the
not.
economy.
They do better getting control back than a lot of debates we've seen before. Yeah, Dark, that's not even the most direct slam he takes at these guys. Right there, he just called them all super PAC puppets.
Yeah.
That's not even the most direct slam.
Yeah, there's some good cheap shots throughout this thing. I'll give them credit for that. They got a couple of good digs in throughout.
I don't consider that one a cheap shot because it's true.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it's I've seen some of their fundraising, and some of them it's a cheap shot. They're poor.
I think that's fair.
Very cheap.
There are two people who have not. We're going to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha.
He doesn't even get a question. We're going to hear from you on the economy, sir.
That dude barely qualifies. Like, some of what this guy says, I don't necessarily disagree with. He has less than zero chance.
He's giving standard conservative-leaning talking points.
Yeah, he's generic Republican candidate from a movie.
Frank, thank you so much. Who says revolution? That's a very strong word to use. We talked about this on a show recently, sometime this week. I think he needs to be very careful with the word revolution because I don't think revolution is the word he should be using. I think revolutionary ideas or revolutionary change would be better because revolution, he's on an FBI list now. He definitely.
Oh, yeah. Garland's probably going to have him arrested any day now.
Mike says NPC candidate. Yeah, the guy on the screen, Grubham or Grubby here. Definitely. He is cookie cutter.
And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks. But
yeah, you only had to give $20 gift cards away for every dollar you got.
But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So,
but not everybody gets that joke. He hurt himself in a baseball game.
Yeah, he got a broken leg.
I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state, in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act.
I missed that earlier.
Yeah.
Well played. Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act. There was somebody that even went on TV the other day and said that it's about green spending. That's what the Inflation Reduction Act is all about. It was a clip I meant to show on the show and it got lost in the shuffle. It had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It was all about green new energy bullshit that is frankly going to make the country much poorer. Anyway.
But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing China.
Yep.
If we're going to stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China, we're just trading OPEC for Sinopec.
Yep.
And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it?
Yep.
China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal,
Yep.
or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
He does give really good answers.
Yeah.
And
I'm actually a little surprised that he's doing so bad.
Well,
'cause he's got some good answers. It's just he doesn't stand a prayer. He doesn't have a prayer.
No. All right, Ace is up. They didn't bother giving him a question.
Thank you, Grant. Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor.
Arkansas.
I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago.
Time out. I got to bring this up. I get what you're doing there with your little lapel pin, but you're running for American president. There should be one flag on your lapel.
Chinese?
Well, no, you're thinking of Biden.
Yeah, sorry. Wrong candidate.
He's got the American and Israeli flags there. That should just be the American flag, sir.
I think he's fishing for donations from.
He's absolutely fishing for donations.
Yeah.
He's fishing for somebody to pat him on the back for showing support for Israel. Do that with your statements, not with your fucking lapel pin. That should one flag, motherfucker. You are running for the president of the United States. Anyhow,
he's running for a job.
Tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of federal government.
Tie pisses me
that
off.
Can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce.
He's pledging 10%. Ramaswamy's pledging 50% in the first year. Which one of those is going to save more money? All right. You're radical, homie, and your tie's ugly.
He has a creepy smile, too.
Oh, yeah, and he's got a weird-shaped head as well.
My phrenologist would not like this man.
To make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA in home.
Okay. All right. We need to discuss this. Technically, yes, you served our country as head of the DEA, but when we say somebody served our country, that has a very specific connotation, you twat. And being the head of the DEA, you probably should be ashamed of yourself. Not bragging about it. The DEA is a corrupt fucking organization.
What? No.
I served my country. Shut up. As far as I know, the only one on the stage who can say he served his country and use that phrase properly is DeSantis. Fucking piece of shit. Your Israeli flag on your fucking lapel. Fuck you. I didn't, this guy was irrelevant to me before he started talking. And now he just pisses me off. Anyway.
Homeland security in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions to be held accountable.
So he's going to lock up black people? I was the head of the DEA. I can serve with distinction. We're going to get them Negras.
He probably thinks of Vivek as a black guy.
He probably does. Fuck you. Anyway.
That brown feller over there.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics to get to, and I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules. Okay.
Dude must really hate dogs and blacks. Fuck.
No, he did work for the ATF.
Oh, no. The DEA kills a lot of dogs, man.
I know.
They're almost as bad as PETA.
Like all these federal agencies, man, they do not like dogs. Dogs are a sign of freedom. They probably hate bald eagles too.
Q says, well, Arkansas has a record. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Mississippi might be burning, but Arkansas is smoking.
They have a higher suicide rate.
More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than...
Time out. I was just going to do this, but this needs brought up. It's come out earlier today, and Jack, you made me aware of this, and I went and read about it afterwards. In Lilhania, is that how you say it?
Something like that.
Where so many people are still missing, and so many people we know died. Their warning sirens never went off. But worse than that, they closed down the road out of the fucking town. The only road to get out, and they closed it down.
Yeah, they barricaded it. And the only people that survived, people that went around the barricade, because they blocked access to Highway 30. And a couple people swerved around the barricade, but not enough people did.
I don't know what that. I mean, I suppose we can chalk it up to ridiculous incompetence, but that just sounds like murderous intent.
I'm telling you, they wanted to make a national park or sell the land to BlackRock, because BlackRock did try and buy a bunch of land there, and they got denied by the town. So maybe this was an accident, air quotes. And the governor is going to buy up a bunch of the land really dirt cheap, because now it's pretty much worthless. And they could get it at a steeply discounted price through eminent domain. And a lot of the people that used to live there can't complain because they're dead. Just saying, as a conspiracy theory, it does have a lot going for it.
There was one story I read about this. It fucking broke my heart, dude. This guy gets his kid and him out, and one of his kid's friends makes it out too. And he says, and he overhears him, and the other kid is just talking about so-and-so is dead, and so-and-so is dead, and so-and-so is dead. These are kids he knew that had been over to his house before, that he'd fed and entertained with his own son. You know, like, hey, you go come play Xbox at the house or whatever the fuck. He knew these kids. And this other one, you know, the kid is just talking because it's a kid. It doesn't quite hit you the same.
Yeah.
But he's listening to all these kids he watched grow up. They were set on fire by these incompetent shits, or very possibly murderous fuckwads who were running the place. And
yeah, I don't know what bothers me more, the criminal intent or incompetence. Either way, it's pretty fucking horrible.
I think Peter said it really well. It's too stupid to be stupid.
Yeah.
You can't be that dumb. You just can't be. Yeah, and then it's the climate change. Fuck you.
I just dropped the link to an article on this. It's got a good timeline too. So it's got a lot of detail in it. I highly recommend reading it.
Thank you, Keldrick.
There should be a definite investigation into this.
Oh, 100%. And I don't know how. When have you ever heard of a fucking natural disaster and they close off the exit to the city? That's some zombie movie shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you told me about it and I was already mad. And then I went and read and I just got fucking angry.
Yeah,
real quick.
now you know what I mentioned it to you, because I was like, oh my God, did you hear about this?
Keldrick, thank you. Well, Hawaii is a deep blue state, so they were probably trying to kill all the natives. You might not be wrong. Thank you, Dragon Mage. I don't think firing Ray will help because someone else just like him will replace him. What needs to happen is the alphabet agencies need to be purged and reined in or completely abolished. Otherwise, they will continue wiping their asses with your rights. You need to listen to Vivek Ramaswamy. Whatever.
I'm never getting his name right. Don't even try and correct me. I don't fucking care anymore. I've accepted that I'm going to fuck this name up. I am awful with Indian names.
I saw him talking again. I watched the after the spin room with Sean Hannity, and he corrects Hannity, and Hannity was like, how come you never corrected me? Because apparently he always says Vivek when he's talked to him.
Yeah.
But he says it's like cake. So Vivek. There you go.
Now I'm going to think of cake. Thanks,
cake.
Dude.
Hey, there's worse things to be associated with than cake.
That's true.
Especially if you're a fat guy like me. I like cake. All right, Talbot, thanks so much. If I can get into a presidential debate, I'm wearing an American flag tux with studs down the arms from shoulder to cut off all the flags just for you, monkey. That's how you know it's a fan of you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Look, when it comes to those lapel pins, that might seem like a minor thing. But to me, you're up there. I want to be your leader. You should not have a fucking Ukrainian flag on there. There shouldn't be an Israeli flag. There shouldn't be any flag but the United States flag. The only exception I'll give you is if you wear two and you're a governor of a state and right under, like if DeSantis had a Florida flag right under his American flag, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
But it should be underneath it, not next to it. Fuck you. The American flag goes on top, and then you can have your state flag.
One final thing on the Hawaii thing. One of the stories that really pissed me off that led me to find out about the barricades was this lady was talking about how her and her husband were trying to get into town to get their son. And they wouldn't let her in. And they ended up finding her son's remains holding the dog.
God damn.
It was one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever read. And I was enraged. I'm like, wait, there was a fucking barricade?
Yeah.
And yeah, they closed off several roads, especially Highway 30, and that's a big deal.
Will you talk to the audience for just a minute? You can even yell about that still because it's worth yelling about, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom and refill my drink real fast. We're almost 2 hours in, so yeah. Not refill my drink with I'm gonna pee and then I'm gonna come back and then I'm gonna refill my drink.
Oh, okay. You weren't clear on that. That was very.
You're right. You're right. I should definitely need to clear that up.
Yeah.
I'm not just recycling. I'll be right back.
All righty. Yes, Dangerous. She's going the distance on his Italian leather sofa. The guy's last name is Easy Jack. Just say Ramaswamy. No one will question you because it's funny. I can say Ramaswamy, but I can't say Vivek because it doesn't flow well. I want to poop out elites. Well, you poop whatever you want, dude. I don't control what you eat or stick in your butt. It's sterile, and I like the taste, monkey. Ew. Yeah, that's true, Faithless. Your kidneys will shut down. Cake references, I approve. Yeah, great band. I probably could bust out some Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, too, if you really pushed me, but it's really late and I'm stupid tired. His real name is Apu. No, he's not Apu. Monk is not waterworlding it. I don't know what he does. Probably not. He says he's not. Fuck these people. There's a special place in hell for them right now next to Hitler and Stalin. Yeah, if this is, even if it's incompetence, I'm deeply disturbed by the level of incompetence, because how do you not know that barricading the road out of the city is a dangerously stupid idea? I don't know, but there should be a lot of people in jail over this Hawaii thing. Absolutely. And by the way, did have another article that we're not going to get to, that I don't think we're going to cover, but the FEMA officials that are supposed to be helping out are staying in luxury hotels for $1,000 a night. So you can read all about that in this article I'm dropping here. Daily Mail had an exclusive on it. That was pretty enraging too, because that's tax dollars.
On what? I'm sorry.
The FEMA officials that are supposed to be helping the Maui thing, they're staying at luxury hotels for $1,000 a night rooms.
Of course they are.
Yeah, because they're so amazing. We have got to get rid of some of this federal bureaucracy because it is out of fucking control. These people act like nobles, and that's not what they're supposed to be.
Well, it's amazing how well you can live when there's no limit on the dollars you can spend.
And nobody oversees it. There's no accountability. Nobody ever gets fired. Nobody goes to jail. If they would start doing that and get rid of public sector unions, I think we'd have a much different thing going on. But I'm very angry about this whole Hawaii thing. There's a lot more here that people are just not paying attention to.
And we will probably bring this up on another show, just since they brought it up. For those of you who had not heard that part yet, I want to make sure you know. These fuckers basically doomed those people to death. And now they're going to stand on their graves and bitch at you about climate change. So anyway, Hawaii fire. We got to get back to this, Jack. We got a long way to go.
It's this wee stuff.
Well, you're here.
Oh, yeah. I'll fall asleep at some point, just hear me snoring every now and then.
than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
Amplified the. Shut up.
Tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years.
What happened 84 years ago that caused it? Is it true that they aren't letting donations in? Yes. They're limiting the donations that are being allowed into Hawaii.
Which again, that's absolutely ridiculous. Japan offered $2 million,
yeah,
which is probably more productive than anything our government's doing.
The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
Not 50 years old. How old's the Earth?
6,000 years.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that. It's only 6. It's estimated to be what, 2-3 billion years old. Humanity's been on the planet between 200 and 300,000 years. It's been 50 years. Fuck off with this shit.
Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you.
Remember I told you guys earlier that I find Fox more insidious now than I do CNN and MSNBC?
Yeah.
It's questions like this that's coming up that you dirty little shits trying to hide your fucking lefty bullshit.
Polls consistently show that young people's number one issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate.
Good on Ron right there.
Yeah, that was good timing, too. He actually impromptu jumped on that grenade.
Hey, we're not school children. We need to raise our hands. Let's have the debate. I really wish they would have raised their hand, though. The only one I saw raise his hand is Asa down at the end. I'm going to be honest with you. I have not seen anything that proves humanity has influenced the environment, or not for climate. Nothing.
Not enough to really matter.
It is all based on the idea that CO2 in the atmosphere is causing warming, because if you do it in a greenhouse, well, a greenhouse is a closed fucking environment. It is specifically tailored to keep certain gases in there to make plants grow. But it warms up in there because you turn the CO2 up. Yeah, take the top off that greenhouse and turn the CO2 up and tell me how warm it is in that exact same fucking spot, you fucking retard.
Well, also the planet was like, over the centuries, different areas had different temperature zones because probably continental drift. But like Chicago used to be a tropical rainforest in the time of the dinosaurs. It's easily provable because of the ferns and plants and shit. But it's a ludicrous thing because Krakatoa going off or Mount St. Helens spews out way more toxins than we do. Also, thank you, Frosted Glass. Okay. This is a do not read out loud, but thank you, Frosted.
All right. So here we go. Ron is like, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. So here we go.
I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander, so do you want to raise your hand or not? I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present.
You're not
You've
answering
got to
the
be
question,
helping
Ron.
people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No, I didn't raise a hand.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but that was Vivek saying, I think that was a hand raise for him, and my hands are in my pockets. I think this guy's trying to get me to make out with him.
Maybe.
I think he's heard about the monkey butt, and he's like, I know how to get to touch it. That's it. By the way, you still can't touch it, even if we make out, Vivek.
Deal. Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the
I
climate
didn't
change
raise- I
agenda
didn't
is a
raise a
hoax. Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this.
That's two. That's two. I'm the only person on the stage who's not bought and paid for. And in some of the cross there, I don't know if you heard it, he actually said the words, climate change is a hoax.
Yes. That got booed.
I just want to cuddle him. I will be Big Spoon.
I think you'd be Little Spoon at this point.
No, I'm Big Spoon. I'm always Big Spoon.
What if it's Pat?
I'm Big Spoon. That's the rule.
I don't think you could be Big Spoon with Pat.
He might be bigger than me. He's a big little spoon, but I'm still Big Spoon. Pirate Bob says, okay, I like that guy. Yeah, it's hard not to like Ramaswamy if you have conservative values. Tailfin says, gay. Hey, not if the balls don't touch. It's not gay if you don't look each other in the eyes. All right. So back to my man Ramaswamy here.
The climate change agenda is a hoax.
The climate change agenda is a hoax. Let's back it up because they get real mad about him saying that they're bought and paid for, and it's funny.
Yeah. Well,
let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
Whoa.
The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Amen.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for? Hold on. Listen.
Wait, Christy gonna get mad, y'all. I forgot about this part. Have you seen this, Jack?
Yeah. I tuned in, like really started paying attention to it right before he said that. And I was like, well, what? Wow, that was bold. Otherwise, I was kind of half-assing it.
I have no issue with anything he just said. None at all. And look, when he says bought and paid for, I'm just meaning into the Republican ideology. You have to have this, you have to say this, or you're not going to get elected. You have to say these words, or we're not going to let you be president. And we've seen it over and over with people. So he's not wrong. Crispy goes all racing. Yeah, here we go. Let's get Jabba the Hutt in here.
Hold on.
I've had enough.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
What was that sounded like ChatGPT? Are you just saying that because he's Indian and when you call tech support, you get an Indian guy on the phone?
I think Chris Christie discovered ChatGPT today, and one of his advisors was like, work that in.
Yeah, little racist, Tubby. If he was blue, he'd fit in a Willy Wonka movie for a couple seconds. He's getting booed.
The person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, what's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur.
You mean the guy you hugged and said was doing a good job?
I'm pretty sure they were holding hands on the beach, too.
I love Vivek's face. He's just smiling at this guy.
Who stood in the middle of the stage and said, what's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
I missed him saying, come give me a hug. That is a direct reference to where Fat Boy gave Obama a hug, which was used in campaign ads. That was used in campaign ads in the second run for Obama against McCain, with Christie giving him the hug.
That would have been a more successful insult if Obama didn't get reelected.
Fair. But it still makes the point that, I mean, he went and embraced him.
No, I mean, insulting Vivek like
from
that.
Christie, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't successful because Obama won twice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Magister just said, but Barack won. Yeah.
Just like you did to Obama. And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
same type of amateur.
Give you that bear. Look at him smiling.
Governor,
He's enjoying it.
Would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought and
Brett,
paid
what
for?
I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
You invoked Margaret Thatcher?
For a feminist response, yes.
It's 2023. All right. Okay. Republicans, I know you love Thatcher. I know you love Reagan. They're gone. And times have changed. So I'm not even saying that their policies and stuff wouldn't work or aren't needed, but they do need it, maybe stand on your own and not invoke them all the time. And all of them do it. All of them invoke Reagan up here. But Thatcher, she wasn't an American, right?
I mean, you could dust off Dolly Madison or something if you really tried.
Yeah, I guess. As Martha Washington once said, George, fuck off. Lots of women in the audience.
We do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of. But there's a right way to do it.
But do you believe in climate change is the question? Specifically man-made climate change. Lancelot, thank you. Dan Christie pulled out the racist card. Yeah, he went a little racist on that.
And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if
wrong answer. You are disqualified. Take your bedspread and go home, you stupid bitch.
you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting. And that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you?
Okay. You didn't answer whether you were bought and paid for, by the way. Instead, you gave us a Margaret Thatcher quote. And then, look, she's not wrong about the China-India thing. When it comes to all of these climate accords, China and India are usually left out of them with no limits on them because they're considered third world countries. And they're allowed to pollute as much as they want to, and it makes our pollution look like child's play. So she's right about that. She's 100% wrong on, yes, climate change is real. Shut up. You are disqualified because you're stupid. Anything you want to add?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question.
Fuck you.
Don't thank me. Thank Frosted for that one. I would have to say that she's not wrong on that, but yeah, she did answer the question, and that nobody's going to call out India and China because we buy so much shit from there.
Yep.
So what would be the point? So she knows that, so it's a moot point. We all know that. We say it all the time. You got to get India and China if you really think climate. Like, she's right. Nobody wants to live in shitty conditions. Nobody wants to drink toxic water. That's obvious. What psychopath is like, I want the most chemically enhanced water possible? If you want that, just go to East Palestine. They haven't really cleaned up anything from what I can tell.
Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. This is my big problem with the GOP. They are stuck in the past with what worked then while the left is killing our future. Yeah.
I said that the other night. They have outdated talking points that they refuse to update. And it's just obvious on this one.
Not even that. There's part of it where they are updating it, like this, where they're just taking the left's position.
They're accepting the left's premise at the minimum.
Yeah.
Like, that question came from Young America's Foundation, a supposedly conservative group, and they're talking about climate change. Fuck off.
Well, look, you're not allowed to argue against it. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're ignoring the science. No, I'm reading the science.
You mean like when there's more than two genders?
Hide the decline.
Yeah.
The 300-year warming period in the medieval times, the medieval warming period is what it's called, that they just do not recognize.
Or all of biology.
Biology. Fuck, they're even denying math these days, Jack.
Yeah. Well, physics is racist or something.
2 + 2 can equal 5.
2 + 2 equals Jimmy's wiener needs to get cut off so he can be a girl.
And then I can diddle him. Oh, I'm sorry. I was pretending to be a teacher for a minute. All right, here we go.
Bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid for?
Wait.
Not. I mean,
China,
Listen to this.
stop polluting, and that's
Gotta
when we'll
listen.
start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
He just said, Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I don't think I understood the question. Could you repeat that?
This motherfucker's high. You want to get high?
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. And number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life?
All right. I just want to stop there for half a second. This would be a great time for Brett Baer to bring up the New York Times article mentioning this guy's weird fucking finances for his campaign.
Yeah.
Are you bought and paid for? Then what's this shit about?
Yeah.
And instead, this guy's going into a stump speech, not even answering the climate question, which is what they were supposed to be talking about in the first place. But anyway.
Yeah, they've got these weird stump speech things that they constantly are trying to work in too often. It's too much of a canned response, and it doesn't really work in this setting. You don't have enough time for that shit because they'll end up going over time.
And this motherfucker's high.
Yeah, he's got a towel underneath that podium.
Dude, were you doing your debate prep with Snoop? What the?
Hey, Towley, want to help me with my debate prep? All right, but we gotta get high.
Do they drug test Congress members?
They should now. I'm all for it now.
This dude needs a pee test to see if he's disqualified from the debate for performance-enhancing drugs.
And we're not saying that because he's black. So don't even go there. But if there was anybody on the stage that would have an excuse to be high, it's the guy with the broken leg.
True.
And he's clearly not, because he actually gives coherent answers. Tim Scott, I don't know what the fuck was going on here. I don't dislike Tim Scott. I just have a lot of questions about how the campaign is financed. But his responses just don't really mesh with the questions.
Dangerous says, let me have a blunt. I mean, be blunt. Be blunt is what I meant.
Yeah.
That's Tim. This fucker's high as shit, and it's funny. You know what? Hey, if you know you got no shot and you're on the national stage, fuck it, get high and run out there and say stupid shit.
Yeah, well, I really wouldn't blame him for getting high because this is a lot of pressure to go on the stage like this. You want to be relaxed.
Accidentally admit that you're bought and paid for. Thank you, Frank. Drug testing our leaders? Are you insane, Monk? We'd lose everyone. Yeah. Isn't it fucked up that Walmart has higher hiring standards than our national leaders?
Yeah.
The people who work for him, I guarantee you, were drug tested. He ain't. All right. Anyway.
I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have a better economy. But how is bringing the pollution jobs from over here, stopping the pollution? If you honestly believe in climate change, which it sounds like he does, his solution for fixing that is to bring it over here and have that pollution directly around us?
No, see, the solution starts at the bottom of this Doritos bag. And look, we're just going to bring all the jobs home, man, and that's going to fix it. Pass the chips.
You don't know. He might like ho-hos.
But he likes thick ho-hos.
I like thick ho-hos. Anyway, let's go.
That's a great pause game, by the way.
I appreciate it.
Better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett.
Ding, ding, ding.
Do it quickly.
America has cut.
Ding, ding.
I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. So
And I'm high as fuck.
And that's the second bell he's had.
America, that was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage? Devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
Ding, 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 ding.
Topics to get to.
Fuck.
We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming
Oh,
up
we got a
next,
commercial.
The candidates will weigh in.
Wait, 1-0. I'm not watching their commercials. Okay. They sell a lot of gold on here, Jack.
Yeah, I know. Like we have money for gold than Bidenomics.
Enter your state,
All right,
which
let's.
referendums that are coming in 6.
There we go. Back. All right. There's the first third of the debate. I think they do commercials. Maybe it's a quarter of the debate. Whatever. What do you think so far, Jack? Who's winning?
I think I still have to say Vivek is winning.
I think Vivek is
whatever.
He's definitely making the most impact.
Yeah.
I think that crowd, they tend to seem to be how do I put this?
Purple.
DeSantis supporters.
I think there's a disproportionate amount of DeSantis supporters out there, but the location they're in what, Milwaukee?
Yeah.
It's a very purple area, so you're going to get a pretty wide range of people, and I think there were a lot of booing going on for stuff that is pretty canned Republican talking points.
A lot of it is, and it gets a little bit better going forward. And, Vivek kind of made that joke, now that everybody's got their pre-planned talking points out of the way. They're not. There's still some who keep doing it. But, he's the only one that's really standing out. Miss Bedspread tries to, while still just saying the same things. All right. Here we go.
Hold on. Thank you, Frosted Glass. I like Vivek, but I feel Tim Scott would watch Wizard of Oz with Dark Side of the Moon with me.
He would.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, by the way, I've done that, and I was like, nah, I'm not impressed.
Guys in chat, just first name, last name, whichever you want. Throw in the chat who you think that so far in this first part of the debate, who's winning.
If we're being honest, I think the South Dakota guy is probably winning because he said the least.
I don't think DeSantis has done bad. I think he got a really good point there. We're not children. Let us just talk. But then he doesn't answer the question directly immediately, and he never does.
Yeah.
Instead, he lets Vivek answer it for him. Dude, be a man. But yeah, I don't think many of them hurt themselves. I think Christie did because he comes off looking like a fat little tard, and Mike Pence came off looking like a petty little chick. But other than those two, I think everybody's done okay. But yeah, and again, I will admit from the beginning, I am clearly biased. I think Vivek has the best plan that I've heard. So I am clearly biased, but yeah, I think he's won so far.
I think the leaders are Vivek and Trump. Or somebody
Trump is the winner. Trump is the winner. All right.
Abortion has been a losing issue for Republicans since the Dobbs decision.
Nope,
In
not
6
true.
State referendums all have upheld abortion rights in this country.
Now, what she just said, because they had that playing over it, abortion has been a loser for Republicans in every state that's had a referendum. They've upheld the right to have an abortion. What they have not done is upheld lengthy times where you can have an abortion, like right up to birth. Most of them go back to the pre-Roe days, like 26 weeks. This whole notion that abortion is a losing topic for Republicans is actually stupid. It can be, and depending on the state you're in. In California, it's absolutely a losing prospect for Republicans. But we have spent 50 years with everybody being told it's a right to kill that baby. And it's going to take time to get that back. It's scaled back quite a bit. I mean, most people, when you do and by a wide margin, don't believe abortion should be available after the first trimester. So don't act like everybody's like, yeah, go kill the babies. You're wrong. Sorry, I had to get in there. Martha, sorry, I had to get in you a bit. Why aren't you wearing a flag pen, you bitch?
She's probably not allowed to as a moderator.
Brett has one on.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because she's a woman.
It didn't accessorize right.
It's
You'll notice
that with that white thing with nipples on it that she's wearing.
I don't think Haley's wearing one either.
Well, that doesn't surprise me with Nikki Haley.
And even in red states, there are more swing state referendums that are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this. So, Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
This is another setup. This is another one of those places where I tell you they're insidious. Their little liberal bias is so built in. This question has already been answered by Haley. It's her main talking point on the campaign trail is that, hey, Republicans, you need to stop telling women not to kill their babies. It's a losing issue for us. Stop. This is such a bullshit question. It's such a, hey, write a question to make Haley look good.
Thank you, Martha.
It'd be like asking Chris Christie, hey, do you like donuts?
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue.
I'm unapologetically pro-life, but we need to stop demonizing this issue.
That's a weird thing to say.
Sweetheart, I don't think you're pro-life.
Now, the correct answer, if you're the first person to get this question, is, I'm sorry, Martha, what is a woman?
Yeah, that's the right answer. Don't worry. Give them a few more years and that'll be what they say.
Yeah, and then it'll be completely outdated and the joke will be stupid.
This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal.
Jack.
Okay.
When were Supreme Court justices elected?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question.
Mm-hmm.
The Supreme Court's very complicated, but let me tell you about my husband who he's in the military, by the way, and I had problems with my kids giving birth to them because that's TMI. Yeah. But yeah, Supreme Court's justices have never been elected.
This is not something the Supreme Court. Yeah, never. It shouldn't have been decided that way in Roe. It shouldn't have been decided that way. Dobbs shouldn't have had to happen. But the reason it did was because the side you're on, where we shouldn't force it on other people. There was a law that said the bitch couldn't have an abortion, which she lied about, even how she got pregnant. She went kind of racist on that.
Because it's personal for every woman and man.
No.
Now it's been put in the hands of the people.
That's like saying
great. When
that's like saying we shouldn't have laws against murder. It's personal. If you believe that they're killing babies, it's not personal. It's societal.
Yeah, look, a society that wants to murder children is a pretty unhealthy one. I'm with Ramos on this one. All worshiping blood drinkers talking about morality. Yeah, a lot of these people, let's face it, they're rhino sellouts. They don't really give a shit about dead babies. It's just a talking point to them.
I give zero fucks about abortion. Only boomers obsess over this. I'm Gen X, by the way. Much more important issues to focus on in America. All right. Again, if you believe that they're killing children, what would be more important than that? Than the slaughter of children? How many bigger issues? You do realize you can care about more than one issue. I feel like I've shown that I care about more than one issue.
I'm very much interested in her shockingly narrow vagina, as Frost described it.
That's personal.
That sounds tight.
That is personal.
Well, she is part Asian.
Federal ban. Let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions?
No.
Can't we all agree that we should?
You can't find consensus for that either, sweetheart. She's just talking about, let's be honest. And she's not wrong that you would need 60 in the Senate. You would need the majority of the House. But you would need that for anything, and you're not going to get all the liberals on board for it. You couldn't even get them on board for the partial birth abortions. They were all out there instead going, look, it doesn't happen that often. Thank you, Frank. Didn't the Supreme Court basically kick the issue to the states? Yes, where it was to begin with and where it belongs. Although there's nothing that keeps it from Congress. Congress is allowed to make an abortion bill. They absolutely are. But if Congress doesn't, then it goes to the states, and there is no federal statute on it, so it goes to the states. And if there's no state statute, it goes to the people, in which case, then yeah, you'd have the right unless your state blocked it. Or the privilege, I guess, because if your state can block it, it's not a right. Anyhow.
Encourage adoptions. Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree
contraception should be available? That's a tricky one, Jack. Describe available to me.
They're going to pass them out in schools. Well, the teachers are like, here's my number.
Last I looked, and it has been a while, Jack, you could buy 40 condoms for $11 at Walmart. That's available. Now, what a lot of the talking points come down to when it comes to availability is you should be able to just run to your local health department and get it for free. No, your contraceptive is not my fucking responsibility. If you live in a state where the state goes, yeah, we're going to pay for it, and you're like, hey, cool, that's your state, fine, leave me the fuck out of it.
that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion?
Oh, dear Christ. This comes from one fucking dude. One dude. Nobody has seriously talked about giving anybody the death penalty for having an abortion. And when it comes to the people who've been arrested for abortion, the big article that they all went to was a bitch who was 7 months pregnant. The baby was viable. She killed it with her mom's help and then set the body on fire. The bitch
Look, you're
belongs in.
No,
she would have gone to prison. Actually, she did this under Roe and was arrested under Roe.
Hate fact.
She said, we're not going to put him in prison.
No, that's all. What she did there was leftist talking points, and it's really sad and annoying. I'm so tired about hearing about abortion, though. They give these canned responses, and they've been yielding more and more to the lefties on a lot of these topics.
Yep.
It's really fucking irritating.
How is she different than a lefty? Anyway, okay.
Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is and humanize the situation and stop demonizing this.
All right, fine. Let's humanize it. You are no longer allowed to call it a fetus or a clump of cells. Every time you talk about abortion, you have to use the word baby. How about that? Let's humanize.
Not that part of the humanization. No.
Oh, we don't humanize.
We don't humanize the growing life. No.
Oh, my bad. Let's humanize it. Fuck you and your little bullshit feminist talking points.
Whenever I hear somebody say, let's humanize it, I assume they're reptilian.
Fair enough. It would certainly explain her.
Just saying.
What is going on with her hair? It looks like she's a Lego person and it was just popped on top.
She's got a lot of hairspray in. When you see DeSantis, there's a couple of shots where it's obvious he's wearing a lot of makeup, and around the eyes looks really weird.
You're not mentioned, Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis.
There went Pence again.
Signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida.
Oh my God, we got to hang on. Sorry, I got to back that up. We got to pause. We got to pause.
Vice President Pence, Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban.
That's him smiling again.
I'm telling you, somebody said you need to smile more.
I love that
he took it too literally.
I love it. Like, now, Pence, shut up. It's not your turn.
Fucking Pence, man. That dude tries to get in on so many other people's questions.
Oh my God, his fucking smile kills me. Oh, Ronnie.
And in Florida, one of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
I say we're talking about killing babies. I'm not going to go softer because some people don't like it. It's more of that, Jack. These guys, look, we've talked about optics before, and yes, optics matter, but there's no way around. Hey, 6-week abortion, that's the ban. After that, there's no way to go softer on that. It just is what it is. But how do you soften that up so that you sound more like a Democrat so you can get elected?
Yeah. How do you capitulate more? Look, I don't know if 6 weeks is appropriate or not. I'm not a fucking doctor, but if that's the one you went with, you gotta stick by it.
But he's being badgered into, hey, you gotta soften this up, or they're not going to vote. The women's they're not going to vote for. You just won Florida by 20% in a state that you barely won last time. How you can get the women to like you?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right.
Yes.
I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids.
That is where I became against abortion, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
With my first daughter. Well, my only daughter, my first child. I held her in my hands. I'm like, how can anybody kill this?
You know, for a second there, your daughter listing this is like, what do you mean your first daughter?
Right?
Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause.
This motherfucker tries to take credit for everything. I'm not new to this cause. I was the first one who did this in our administration. Bitch.
You weren't co-president.
I get that you're old, but you ain't start everything, Biden.
You don't know that.
Penny is now a professional dodgeball player. Oh, fuck, Jack.
I'm funny.
You are funny.
She survived several abortions. I'm just picturing this fetus like, haha, missed me, bitch.
Do you think the mom got the money back for those botched abortions?
Nope. There's no
Those things
refunds.
They're not cheap, man. Somebody's got to pay those horrible doctors that work for Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, like those butchers need cash, just like the monsters doing the fake penises off on people's legs and arms and shit.
After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor.
Look, I'm glad you're on my side on the life issue here, homie, but I'm not so glad that you had to read a book to tell you to be a good human. That doesn't sit well with me. And guys, I'm not insulting anybody of your religion or anything, but he didn't say, hey, yeah, I realize that's a baby. Nah, God told me that, so that's how I'm going to be. Okay, but is there any part of it that you actually have a feeling or thought about?
No. He's pandering to that 1980s Christian majority, moral majority nonsense. It's outdated talking points, I'm telling you.
Even then, you can have your own fucking idea. You can go, I looked at that, and then I looked at my own child, and I thought, yeah, that makes sense.
Nope, he's got to toss Jesus out there as much as possible.
Because if you're going by your good book, homie, I can only guess you don't eat pork, right?
No, that's full Satan.
I guarantee you there's parts of the Bible he does not abide by.
And as vice president. And
he only abides by the ones where he looks up the scripture that he can use in a debate that he then forgets 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
But sobbing, but Dad, I love him. I don't care. No daughter of mine's gonna marry a cricket, not under my roof. All right, let's get back to Pastor Pence here.
To be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of
True.
Leadership. When the Supreme Court returned...
Okay, it's not the opposite of leadership. Consensus and leadership can go hand in hand. They don't necessarily go hand in hand. Just pointing to consensus is not leadership. So he's kind of right, but he misses the... He's Mike Pence. Guys, how are you enjoying the debate so far? How fucking long have we been going? We're at 2.5 hours, and we are only 30 minutes into the debate. Good luck to us all.
This question...
Again, Jack, if you need to dip at any point, just let me know. And
I'm good for now. I'll tell you, I'll just pass out if I need to.
Fair enough.
American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue. It's a moral issue.
You kind of got vagina
And I
neck.
promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take
You can't say consensus is the opposite of leadership and then point to 70% of the people thinking that's a good thing.
Sure you can. He just did it. It just doesn't make any sense.
Somewhere
his administration, that's what they did.
Somewhere Mahler's calling you a noob. Bullshit. Those EFAB guys are pussies when it comes to this shit. I love them, don't get me wrong, but they're pussies when it comes to this.
apologetic leadership that stands on principle.
Ding, ding, motherfucker.
For women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as president of the United States.
He called my name, so I want to respond to that. 30 seconds. So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
What about the principal, you fucking bitch?
Principles. These are politicians, monkey. What are you watching?
One, I don't think abortion should be necessarily part of the presidential debate to begin with, and it never should have been, except for the fact of, fixing the Supreme Court and getting people in there who can actually read the fucking founding documents. But it is okay to be like, I am pro-life, and if somehow this passed, I would sign it. Don't make women think they have to choose. Wait a minute. I thought the whole thing was women, their right to choose. Anyway, don't make them choose on this. Well, why not? Anyhow.
70% of the American people support legislation
But
to ban
70% of
abortion
the
after
Senate
a baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain. It's just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
All right, let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court did.
Let's let the guy we keep forgetting about talk.
Yeah.
Overturn Roe v. Wade. And the result of that decision was that it went back to the
Mm-hmm.
states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey. I think.
Sorry, Nuts asked a question, and it's Nuts, so I'm going to stop it and talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure she's conservative? No. She has some conservative things, like she's up there yelling about, hey, we got to shrink the government. All right, good on you. Notice she hasn't talked about her record as governor.
Yeah.
I mean, she's mostly known for being an ambassador, but before that, she was known as governor, and they keep referring to her as governor, which is weird because typically you'd go with the last thing. But she's not once spoke of her accomplishments as governor. All of the other governors have.
Yeah. Well, she was governor a long time ago. I mean, that's been, what, a decade?
I mean, Christie talked about his.
Yeah, that's true. No, I don't know. I was going to say something. I don't remember. Never mind.
Pirate Bob says, Fox left the conservative facade a year ago.
Yeah.
No, they're still clinging to it. There's still people who think that they're conservative. They're not. They're going the way of old CNN. It's under the surface, which again is arguably more destructive.
I think a few others that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able to abide?
Since we're talking about abortions and Martha's on the screen, let's do something we haven't done in a while, Jack. Let's be a little sexist.
Okay.
Let's
be
a little
talk
sexist.
about her nipples. Or...
No, not that, not yet.
Oh.
Because I mean, she's got small titties. Oh, do you think she's got small boobies with giant areola?
I was thinking about that. I don't think so. I think she probably has nice boobies.
No, what I was going to ask is, the gentlemen and I guess the ladies, if you're into that, in chat, how many of you would? How do I want to put this? Would like to be in a position where you have to pay for Martha's abortion? I want to keep it on topic, Jack.
Is it my baby?
Yeah, well, that's why you'd have to pay for it.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't spend money like that.
But would you tap it?
Oh, I'd totally tap that.
I was being creative with that question.
She's hot.
And you didn't thank me for my question. I'm a little insulted now.
I got distracted.
Anyhow, let's get back. All right. The guy nobody even remembers is on the stage is about to talk. And again, it is kind of fucked up because he doesn't give bad answers. Nobody cares.
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban.
Why not?
We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people.
If you're going to quote the 10th Amendment, fucker, do it properly. It's not that those powers are granted by the states. They're granted by the Constitution. It's the powers granted by the Constitution. If they're not in there, then they can't regulate it. As some people go across state lines for abortion, the Commerce Clause kicks in, fucker. The Interstate Commerce Clause. Look it up.
Oh, they love abusing the Commerce Clause too. So,
but in this case, it would actually fit. The implementations of abortion, the abortions themselves, there's all kinds of state line crossing. It would absolutely be under federal guidelines to be able to do that. As well as the General Welfare Clause. Fucking shithead. And for the record, if you're gonna quote the fucking 10th Amendment, my second favorite of them, fucking do it right, asshole.
Whatever, I do what I want.
Mr. D Ball Money. Thank you so much. She seems constantly not moist, forever dry. That's what spit's for, my friend.
I suspect that she's ready, willing, and able.
Oh, I bet she's a freak. Anyway.
Oh yeah, she does fun stuff.
He's standing slightly off center, so he's kind of crooked, so his neck keeps doing this weird thing right here, and it's bothering me a lot.
Oh well, he's standing weird because he's got a broken leg.
Well, he's also at the end of the stage. That's why he's turned this way. He's turned looking towards the camera more and towards the audience more, so he has to turn his head to his left, and that's why it's going that. I've noticed that as we do this show more and more, I watch people's necks a lot more than I ever realized I did.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is. I can't help it. If there's a weird neck, what the fuck's going on there?
Well, I guess we learn a lot about ourselves doing the show.
I guess we do. All right.
We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states. And then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution and this is return to the states. This is where it should be.
Okay. Saying that, hey, don't kill babies is a slippery slope. Seems a stretch to me. That's just me. That might be one of those fallacies I've heard about, Jack.
It might be. It might be a abo fallacy for abortion.
You signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor
Gordon, you take that shit back right now.
So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the state.
Chris Christie has the sexiest neck. That is just a horrible thing to say. How dare you?
He doesn't have a neck. It's just all fat rolls.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address.
Do you?
First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
That's
so there is.
They gave it back to the people is who they gave it back to. And the people are represented in the House and the Senate who make laws for the people. It's just too important for me not to talk like a dumbass.
Has anyone heard about me? I'm at the end of the stage.
I'm at the other end. Let me talk.
Is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is in essence abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in this state.
We is most likely going to, you fucking hick. We's most likely going to do that. What we going to do, we going to get ourselves a little washboard, and we'll just take Tammy out back and squeeze her real hard. And if it doesn't come out, then she got to stay pregnant.
I done did that once.
I did it.
States, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level
That's
as
true.
well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child.
You guillotine Christie, you just cracked the blade. Thank you, Frosted. It just bounces up and down.
And for our country that we get this right, it's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important.
I feel like a ding is in order.
There are a lot of issues that are very important.
Ding, ding.
Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong.
They keep saying, like he just said, up till day of birth. No, it is the time of birth. The baby can be crowning as long as that head hasn't popped out. Yeah, go ahead and just suck it out in a vacuum. And if Miss Haley over there, if you want to be honest about it, be honest about it. That's what a lot of people want. Be honest about the fact that, which none of these guys bring up, this is like partially a black genocide.
Partially, it's majority black genocide.
In New York, more black kids are killed by abortion than are born. That is a fucking disgrace.
Yeah, a little bit.
We must have,
a right.
president of the United States who will advocate and fight for at the minimum a 15-week limit. I am 100% pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must.
That crease in the back of his neck is driving me nuts. Why you got fat neck, homie? I bet he got made fun of a lot in school for that. If you went to school in a black school, as I did, Jack, and there was one of the kids who was a little fat and he had that fat roll, they fucked with him unmercifully. They'd go up and just smack it for no reason.
Oh, that's mean.
You can't have fat rolls in the back of your neck as a black kid, man. They will fuck with you. White kids, we don't notice it because we let our hair grow long to cover that shit.
Yeah, except Fetterman.
Yeah, except Fetterman, because
that's where he keeps the parasite puppet master that controls him.
Fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights.
Life, liberty,
life.
And
that is
so high.
That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue.
He said Illinois twice.
15-week limit.
He's high.
That's not an excuse.
Oh, that's a wonderful pause. I think that's my favorite of the night so far. That looks like somebody accidentally shoved something up his ass when he wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, or he just farted and noticed it, and it was really bad. And he's like, I got to get out of here before anybody notices I did that.
Atheist Icon says, you can't have a genocide if you call it a clump of cells. True.
At a minimum.
Thanks,
Brett,
Senator.
I think we're all pro-life, but
Thank
what
you.
I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right. Another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%.
I do love that they, hang on, let's go back a second, that they protect this homeless guy's
Murders in Los
privacy.
Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30%.
He's living on the street, but let's make sure we don't embarrass him on national television. It seems a weird thing to do to me. Especially when these news places, they run videos of homeless people all the time and they don't blur it out. Is this like a friend of theirs?
Might be one of the producers, like when they interviewed one at the riot on CNN.
I bet you these two aren't even homeless. This was a setup shot. I do like that he's got a bottle of wine right here and a big gulp with Mountain Dew in it over here.
That's pee.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, like the Black Rifle Coffee logo up there too.
Again,
so two pieces of shit that I don't like: hobos and Black Rifle Coffee.
None of the stuff you're seeing on the screen is coming to us. We're not sponsored by Black Rifle. The thing up there, GOP donor list, that doesn't come to. This is all from the Rumble GOP channel. That all went to them. So just saying. Like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to donate to yours truly or him over there. Him truly? Would that be it?
I don't know.
I
prefer Mr. Him.
Mr. Him. And donate if you're so inclined. Link is at the top of your YouTube chat. It is also in the description of the YouTube and Rumble videos. We can't put it at the top of the Rumble chat because they don't allow us to link stuff.
That's not a feature they have yet.
Yeah, they don't allow pinning. All right, back to these guys. Basically, American cities are shit. You're caught up.
19 in 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this.
Why they all got big gulps?
You can refill them for free, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know. That's how it used to be. If you got big gulp, you could refill it for either a discount or get like one free refill.
It's just odd to me that they all have big gulps.
So everybody loves 7-Eleven, man.
Nobody got a Slurpee cup?
Well, look, Slurpee cups are not as good as big gulp cups.
We just had a heat wave. I would want a Slurpee, man.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you just want a big gulp.
I guess. You know, when we were traveling, the travel plazas have, there's a 7-Eleven in them and like an Arby's or whatever the fuck they have in there.
Mm-hmm.
All I wanted was a drink, and there were long lines at all the restaurants. So I went, there's a 7-Eleven. I'll go. They didn't have a big gulp machine. I was like, what the fuck? How you not have big gulps?
7-Eleven. That's like a 7.5 by 12.
Right? What the fuck? Anyway.
Began.
All the homeless people got them. They just plumb ran out. I'm sorry. I'll let this play. We'll get back to the show, guys.
The COVID era.
Is that dude masturbating?
I think so.
I know you guys are seeing the slideshow of this, but his hand is in his shorts and it goes right down to here and it is moving back and forth.
He's just trying to keep it warm, Monkey. It's a cold night.
Did they blur out the homeless people but show one jacking off?
Well, I mean, let's face it, they've lost a lot of talent over at Fox News.
What the fuck? Yeah, Frosted, I can see you. Is that you on the screen? All right.
No, he's jerking off. Frosted, stop
happening around
stop
this
touching it. It's going to
is
fall
a
off.
result of those COVID lockdowns, and is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats have been talking about defunding the police for the last 5 years. And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels.
All right. You got that for crime, but what about the homeless guy jacking off?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he was saying because there was this loud sound of a goalpost being shifted.
Right. I didn't realize he was strong enough to pick that thing up and move it, but all right. Is your administration responsible for this because of the COVID lockdowns? What I think is responsible is the police. If there were the police there, they'd beat that guy jacking off.
Well, I would hope so, but
I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet,
so one time he doesn't take it. Well, the second time, I guess, that he hasn't taken credit for the consequences of the administration. He only takes it credit when it's something good.
Don't worry. He's probably got a Bible quote for that.
He probably does.
Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean,
All right. I don't blame Trump for it. But the riots we watched, Jack, were in 2020 when this guy was the vice president.
Indeed.
He told us earlier that as president, everything's your fault. You got to respond to every crisis, as he was trying to take a cheap shot at Vivek. Now it's like, hey, look, it's just them Democrats, man. You can't have it both ways, shithead. I mean, you can try to, but we won't let you get away with it.
A lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2020.
Now he's found something to take credit for.
Well, he had to search for it. The
Trump-Pence tax cuts.
Yeah, not Trump's tax cuts.
You mean the Trump tax cuts? You fucking idiot.
See, he's the real mastermind behind Trump.
I don't think they even needed him for the Senate vote on that.
No.
Like how Kamala has to break a lot of ties. I don't think they needed him for that. Anyhow.
Have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate.
I don't fuck. Gordon says, I don't want to live in a country where I can't jerk off in public while thinking. I think it's supposed to be drinking. Oh, it is drinking. My eyes fucked up while drinking a mega gulp. Well, okay. I just want to talk to you for a minute, Gordon. Don't jack off while you're drinking the mega gulp. You could choke. Choke your chicken, not yourself. So put the drink down. And then when you're done, wash your hand first because you don't want to accidentally get any of that on the straw. Yeah, then drink.
What if in the heat of the moment, right as you're about to load, you get confused and you start shaking your cup and swallowing, saying you don't want to mix those two.
Yeah, one and then the other. One and then the other.
When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states. With a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement, we will bring our cities back.
You fucking dumbass. All right, I'm with him on closing the Department of Education.
Yeah.
No problem with that at all. But what he says is we're going to take that money and block grant it to the states. How about this? We're going to close the Department of Education and cut that from the spending and pay for the tax cut that I'm going to give you. This is the problem in Washington. These fuckers cannot get it in their head not to spend money.
It's an addiction, man. It's like shopping addiction.
We are going to cut this thing we're paying for, but we're going to keep that money and don't give it out to the states. Not proportionately, by the way, guys. That's not how it works. That New York will get far more than anyone else, even above their per capita. We're not gonna give that money back to the people, which is where it belongs. We're gonna block grant it to the states. You are a cocksucker. You are what's wrong with Washington, dickhead. By the way, you can't cut taxes without cutting some spending. You're just going to make everything worse, which is what we keep seeing.
Look, they don't know how to stop spending.
Yeah, I know.
Don't. So everything just, we're just short. We have to raise taxes. We have to impose new regulations.
We're going to get rid of this and keep the money is what he basically just said.
Mm-hmm.
You're a fucking dick. Yep, there you go, Frosted. Rich man north of Richmond. Absolutely.
Governor Christie, another issue.
All right, Fat Man's back up.
Here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
Eat everything I see.
Did they drop their lunches?
I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person, along with Governor Hutchinson, up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Second,
I can appreciate the thought here, but that's not the role of the federal government.
No,
I get it. It sucks in these cities, but that's not the role of the federal government.
He was not wrong that a lot of the problem is prosecutors not doing their jobs.
True.
But his solution doesn't make any sense.
Hey, look, I don't know the solution other than the people who are electing these assholes have to do better at electing assholes. But yeah, exactly. Foreign native, make all crime federal, get fucked 100%.
Yeah, that's totalitarianism right there. That's not going to end well. That's how you get gulags. Although bringing back posses might not be a bad idea, just because then people will be like, we got to stop this. We need to get some law and order here.
Faithless, maybe that's the way to go. Prosecute the prosecutors who are derelict in their duty. Yeah.
That would be a much better solution.
The only problem there, though, is it does open it up to politicizing it.
Yeah, which we're seeing now with the Trump indictments.
So I don't know what can be done. And maybe nothing. Maybe those cities just have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, the people that live in these cities have to stand up and say enough is enough. Until that happens, nothing's going to change.
It sucks.
Look at Portland.
It's just not a federal issue. Anyhow.
What we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father.
I could have swore it was only a 5-year, but 10-year, whichever. Remember, guys, he wasn't even going to have to go to county for 6 months. He was going to get, you got to go to kind of a training class for a mandatory sentence, Jack.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was going to get blank immunity on a bunch of other stuff. So,
yep. Remove most of the discretion that prosecutors had. Again, that should be on a state level, though. I really hate even talking about this, like mandatory minimums. I don't like them because there are times where there's extenuating circumstances and people get caught up in that shit. There should always be the option, but the cities just have to learn. They just do. And the people, look, if they're not learning, move. I know that's easier said than done, but do everything you can to get out of those fucking hellholes. I promise you, a ton of America is really nice. If you're in major cities, chances are you're seeing homelessness pop up, crime is running rampant. Move out to the suburbs or even the country. It's much better out there. Get away from these assholes, but don't bring your fucking shitty politics that started that with you. Anyway.
And then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges. We're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a president?
You can't promise that. Frankly, the people who are running and saying that he's going to go to jail, and this goes true with Trump and lock her up. We're going to get Hillary. The president doesn't and shouldn't have that power. That's why the DOJ is technically supposed to be independent, specifically so you can't be like, that was the president's son. He was the last president. We're going to get him. That's not your job.
Vengeance is my job. Oh,
Yeah.
wait. No, that's Assad's job.
What he can say here is, I would fire everybody involved for making that dumbass deal, which should be what happens.
Do you think he poses as a health inspector to get free food?
Probably. Christy thinks the bell chime is his food order being delivered.
My Uber Eats is here.
Oh, fucking Gordon, you're killing me tonight. The whole audience has been great. I've been reading a lot of what you're saying, guys. I'm sorry I'm not responding to much of it. I'm already way over talkative tonight. This is my Super Bowl, you guys. Although I like the Super Bowl too. Anyhow,
President Ramaswamy.
this is my World Cup. How about that?
Why do you like the Super Bowl? Chargers are never there.
Well, them not being there means they can't lose, Jack.
Yeah, well, they lost all season, I guess. Disappointing you one more time might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, huh?
When you get to the Super Bowl, everybody sees you. When they went to the Super Bowl in '94, there were a ton of articles about how nobody even knew the Chargers were a team.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
ouch.
It's kind of nice if you're gonna lose, just do it on the smaller stage. All right. Anyway.
What does President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine
Amen.
to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And
Amen. Look, when they do something wrong, they should absolutely get in trouble for it. But so much of what we see is them carrying out their duties and with horrible consequences. But they did the right thing. And yeah, absolutely.
we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime.
Weird.
Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here, too.
Real quick, I want to read what Faithless said before this next part. He says, guns are not the problem, the culture is. Wait for it.
We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime.
Can I speak on Governor DeSantis really quickly? Governor DeSantis.
Anybody else just get a little chub? Yeah, he's right. Especially with the patriotism thing. And this goes, whether it's your community, Jack, your small community, your state, your country at large. When people actually care about it and identify with it, and look at Texas, man. You don't mess with Texas. Texans take their Texasness very serious. Like, we're Texans. This is who we are. We're nice to people, but don't fuck with us. And it's a cultural identity. And anything that harms that identity, they come together and no, they shoo it away. Get the fuck out of here, Californians. He's not wrong about what he just said. The lack of patriotism in this country is a fucking disgrace.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of that stuff starts at home. If
Yeah.
you don't have the guidance to appreciate the things around you, why would you have any appreciation for anything beyond that?
And now a whole bunch of Republicans are going to be mad at what he just said. It's funny. But see, Faithless, I told you, just wait. He was on it. Every time I hear this guy speak, man, I want to vote for him. You know how long it's been since I've voted for a major party candidate?
It's been a long time.
Long time. The last one I voted for, a major party candidate for president, was George Bush in his first term. The second George Bush, guys. I'm not that old. But my first vote was for Clinton in the second term. Second vote was for Bush in his first term. And then after that, I was like, fuck these guys. So anyway,
DeSantis,
We don't have an
Every time Vivek's on a roll, show the guy jerking it on the streets. I wish I could. I wish I had that ability here. Let's back that up just a minute.
Back that shit up.
Stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
That was Mikey Pence saying, "Can I speak on behalf of the American people here?" No. Shut up, Mike.
Oh, real fast.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Keldrick. Monkey's gay hair is spread to his crotch. He's getting horny for a man.
I'm getting horny for what the man said. It's like ASMR for Monkey.
Oh, that's
You
not
talk to me
making this
about
better.
Talk to me about patriotism and freedom and the Constitution. Oh,
whisper your patriotic slogans in my ear.
Oh, hell yeah. Somebody get Melanie Mack to read the Constitution slowly.
Oh, hey, let's not have group orgasm. That could get weird.
I wouldn't even have to touch myself, dude. I'd just blow. All right, with that in your mind, guys, let's go hear DeSantis talk about this.
Crisis with that. We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need
bullshit.
Have you talked to anyone under 30?
What world are you living in, Mike?
I'm telling you, he lives in the 80s.
God damn.
He's stuck in like 1988. His talking points all come from there.
Not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving.
Yeah, tell me about the polls coming out about young people in communism and young people in limiting the freedom of speech, you fucking dick.
Yeah, let's go out to college campus and start taking a survey on what they think about whiteness.
You have articles written in major publications about how patriotism is a bad thing, you fuck. Pay attention to the world.
Nah.
Idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have
The government comes from the people, asshole.
No, they're the nobles.
You fucking dick.
As some others like you may have on the stage, it's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment.
Thank
we
you.
have to confront the fact that we're in an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
Equating the
recognize
American
that
people with the
actually
failed
win.
government in Washington, D.C.
He thinks it's all just DC. This reminds me of all that feminism is only in colleges.
It's only on Tumblr. You guys are silly. They'll grow out of it. Yeah, Sorry, we were right on that one too, by the way.
I know. Oh.
We just need government as good as our people again.
So let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. And Mark, that's actually how we translate.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime?
I almost feel bad for DeSantis because he's like, no, he's almost like the guys on the end.
Yeah.
Every so often they remember he's there.
Well, Pence keeps trying to inject himself in everything. I'm telling you, he does it way too much on here. It's just like, excuse me, I have an answer for this. Yeah, but nobody's talking to you right now, Mikey. Nobody cares about you. Shush.
It reminds me of the Al Gore that they portray in South Park when he's trying to get everybody to care about Man Bear Pig.
Yeah.
Several people mentioned in the chat that it seems like he thinks it's 1980, and he actually does. And what Vivek responded to there is the shining city on the hill, the Reagan speech.
Yeah.
And at that time that worked. But I think they even bring it up. I think Brett Baer brings it up in a little while. The actual polls of what Americans think, the pride in America. And I don't know how Pence joshes that with what he just said.
Well, that's just it. Like, he is trying so hard to be the next Reagan,
Mm-hmm.
like frame himself like that. That's why he's using these 80s talking points. But I really do think that he is kind of stuck in that mentality.
Yeah.
He's trying so desperate to do that he can't allow himself to see what is actually going on.
Meanwhile,
he's got to have that like rose-colored glasses on.
No, you're right. And meanwhile, the one who actually has done that is Trump. It's another one where they're making the case for Trump here.
Mm-hmm.
I said from the beginning when Trump's elected, one of his biggest strengths is that he is Reagan-esque in bringing back some pride in America. We come off of 8 years of Mr. Let me run around the world and apologize for everything America's ever done. And Trump comes in there and goes, fuck that. I'm proud to be American. And what did they do? Well, they destroyed him anyway, or they thought they did.
Yeah.
You know, they probably would have been better off just letting him have his second term.
I think so, because then they could have criticized him for any failings and made them big, ridiculous scandals and moved on. And it probably would have got somebody like Newsom elected.
If you guys have never seen the Shining City on a Hill speech from Reagan, you really should check it out. It's a really good speech.
Crime. Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida. We're happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low.
Did you hear that? He's like, statewide or in the state, it's a 50-year low. And Brett Baer, not in Miami. What's the difference with Miami? Oh, yeah, it's a major Democrat place. It's Broward County.
I thought you were going to blame the Cubans.
Oh, sorry. It's Miami-Dade. And it is a no, the Cubans are horribly conservative, dude.
I'm just saying, I thought you were going to be racist for a minute.
I am not Chris Christie.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's.
Yeah. Ramos says the Cubans are the ones who are getting robbed. Yeah.
Well, I think it's time to start arming the Cubans. Wait.
No, we tried that once. It did not work out really well.
Yeah, the CIA really fucked that one up, didn't they?
So here's the thing.
If you don't know why I snorted, you need to look up more history.
Hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons.
Remember, Vivek's just talking about how America's in decline, and Pence is like, it's not in decline. The fuck were you? What have you been watching, homie?
Because you have George Soros funding these radical
Amen.
left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had two of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone.
And you should be running on that.
Yeah.
That should be one of your major talking points.
Yeah, a lot of these guys need to stop focusing on Trump and start focusing on stuff like this, which is much more important.
Now, look, that's not going to happen in a state like California or New York because they're run by the liberals who like this shit.
Yeah.
But in the states where you have a Republican governor and you have this shit going on, they should be getting in there and firing these fuckers. Because in most states, the governor does have that ability. And if not, recall him. That even happened in California where they recalled that one asshole.
Yeah, they tried to recall a couple of people and that kind of fell apart.
And as president, we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Now, this is another one where I agree with the sentiment. I just don't understand how the federal government has that power.
They likely don't, but that's never stopped the federal government before.
True. It's just not, I don't like the federal government going after local prosecutors. That should be a state issue. It should be.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Gorgon.
Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps him get the crop off.
True.
There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back.
That's easy to say. You're from North Dakota, homie. To you, a big city has like 10,000 people. That's a lot different. I mean, some of the cities we're talking about have bigger populations than North Dakota and South Dakota put together.
Yeah.
So it's very easy. Oh, we should small town. Yeah, I mean, you can try, but they're different beasts. Everybody comes together, gross. Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it, Frosted. Then you don't have to pay that child support because nobody knows.
To get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson.
Nice talking point, meaningless.
Was former head of the DEA. I understand the drug crisis in America.
That smile that he just had when he said it's former head of the DEA, that's the kind of smile you expect from the head of the DEA. He looks like the fucking Joker.
Yeah. He looks like he's going to try and sell you a car and then have you arrested for a bag of weed that was under the seat.
Stop bragging about being the head of the DEA, you shitbag. That alone disqualifies you in my book, period. Anyhow, it'd be like saying, as former head of the FBI, go fuck yourself.
And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's three simple words that would be helpful. One, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl.
He said there's three simple words, and he's giving 3 talking points. You bumpkin.
But he didn't claim to be very smart.
No, but he's running for president, so you'd hope.
Well, I mean, we have a potato in there right now, so.
Foreign Native just said, yes, that is so not 3 words. I know. And I don't think even his talking points are in 3-word sentences.
Why would they be?
And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As president of the United States,
I feel like the people who smash and grab like seeing it.
Yeah, and probably a lot of their friends.
Yeah, he said nobody, but I mean, come on, man. Most
maybe
people.
He's saying they're not people.
Oh, are they some of the reptilians?
They might be, or he's just being racist. I don't know.
Jamie says, I thought fentanyl came from China. Technically, no.
The chemicals used to make fentanyl come from China, and they're sold to the Mexican cartels where they make the fentanyl.
Yes. Stop making fun of my Southern drawl. I like a Southern drawl. He's just an idiot, so I'm making fun of him with it. I apologize if I offend anybody. No, I don't. If you're offended by that, shut up. I love you still. Hope that's okay. I don't know if I should apologize for that or not.
I don't know. I just work here.
Huh? Yeah.
Technically a hitchhiker you picked up because I'm not even the original co-host.
He's one of these assholes who make those with a Southern drawl seem like they're stupid.
Yeah. Which unfortunately, thanks to like the news media, is why you get stuff like that. Is they always find that it's like when a tornado hits, they find the biggest white trash person they can from the trailer park. He's like, I was swirl around, and then it makes everybody look retarded.
You know, a lot of attention has been paid to black stereotypes in movies or Latino ones. The Southern one is one of the worst.
Yeah.
Just one of the fucking worst. Anyhow, Dixie says, we understand. We forgive you. Well, I appreciate it. I do like, oh, man. A woman with a Southern drawl, that's sexy as shit.
It's either really sexy or disturbingly dumb.
Oh, yeah, there's that one, too.
So, because, I mean, if they sound like Asa Hutchinson here, you're like, yeah, I'm going over there now. But otherwise, it's like, well, hello there.
A proper Southern belle, my friend.
Yeah, then it's not too bad. I think women pull off the Southern accent better than the men.
Oh yeah, of course. It sounds better with the lighter voice.
Yes.
That will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined.
Oh, here we go.
By attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system. And
hey, homie, do you know what the First Amendment is? You're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want about it, as long as you're not, being threatening and slandering. As long as you're not being slanderous, you can call them dickheads if you want to. It's part of our fucking national identity that Pence thinks is still so, strong. It's not necessarily a good idea to tell a judge to go fuck himself, but you can. But that orange man, he said some stuff, and he was disparaging that judge. Fuck you. You mean the one that was put in by Obama and has clearly showed anti-Trump bias in cases that had nothing to do with Trump?
Sir, you're full of hate facts.
One of the judges, and I forget which case, I think it's in the Smith case in DC. She's on record in another case, one of the insurrection cases, as saying that she blames Donald Trump.
Yep.
And she's the one hearing the case about it. She needs to recuse herself.
Oh, that's not going to happen, and you know it. They're going to ham-fistedly force this.
Oh,
so that they could get a conviction. It's a conviction waiting for a trial.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This was Kafka.
It was all. Look, it just happened to fall to her.
Yeah, it's total coincidence. Just pure coincidence. Which, speaking of which, Trump is supposed to turn himself in today.
Yes, Giuliani turned himself in yesterday.
3 or 4 people did. Jenna Ellis and a couple others did as well.
Did you see the mug shots? All of them look dour except for Jenna Ellis, who's smiling like she's taking an Instagram photo.
Yeah. She made a good point about that too. Like the trial will be forgotten, but the mugshots won't. Something along those lines.
Sure.
So
look at that one chick we looked at who had been arrested like 8 times, and she put it on Instagram and blew up for it.
Yeah. Well, you got to pretty yourself up a little bit.
Well, she said
it's going to be show over the place.
She said she did it just to piss off the guy taking the picture who told her not to smile.
Yeah, she clearly had makeup on too. Like she dolled herself up for that.
All right.
Real quick. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Asa Hutchinson comes from the alternate universe where instead of Ace Chemicals, Jack Napier fell in a vat of Dukes of Hazzard DVDs. Y'all ever make out with your sister in the pale moonlight?
Dukes of Hazzard was awesome. How dare you, sir?
Was it?
It was. And it was a good, wholesome show. It was a good, wholesome show.
Bootleggers.
They didn't bootleg anymore. It was a good, wholesome show about standing up to authority that was being abused.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Mountains might get them, but the law never will. All right, here we go. Back to Corky.
And saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system.
No, we don't.
And the rule of law.
No, we don't.
Not when it's not working.
We should have respect for a justice system that is working properly.
Yeah.
And ours isn't.
There's nothing wrong with the way the system is set up. It's the way it's being used.
Should I have respect for the justice system that was just about to give a guy who skipped his taxes for 5 years and lied on a gun application a slap on the fucking hand?
First, they wanted to give him blanket immunity.
Well, that was part of the slap on the hand.
Yeah, that's barely a slap at that point. It's more of a.
He wasn't even going to jail. Wasn't even going to jail. They were only charging him with 2 misdemeanor attacks. 5 fucking years. You guys try that and see if you don't end up with a felony. Anyway, don't try that. Don't take monkey's advice. That was not actual advice.
Yeah, you'll be in jail for a decade.
You're going to get butt pounded, just saying.
And if they find out you're a Trump supporter, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah.
And it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Brett,
Okay,
thank you.
we're going to take a break. So So, speaking of that, right now you are looking live at Fulton County Jail, where
We don't care.
I can be me.
To power lights,
I've been watching a
your
lot
team-
of Russell Brand lately. He drives me nuts, but I like his guests.
I don't like that dude. He looks homeless.
His accent is really hard to understand sometimes.
Yeah.
And he gets so animated that it makes it worse. But I really do like the guests you have. You're supposed to check your money hole, bud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. On the mugshots, watching the left come all over themselves is hilarious. They do realize this is helping Trump, right? I don't think they do. I think some of them realize it, but they think they can still work it to their advantage. But the majority of them are so deranged with TDS that they do not. They think they've got Trump this time. We got him for sure. They're like Wile E. Coyote with the Roadrunner.
They're playing a weird game where some of them believe that getting him help gets him to the election and that they can beat him in the election. And then if they can't, then you have the charges. Well, then you can take him out that way.
Yeah,
high crimes and misdemeanors. So even if they just get him on a misdemeanor, hey, we can impeach him now for that. So yeah, we'll see. If Trump gets a mugshot, he's got to have the biggest grin and do finger guns in it.
Finger guns.
I would die.
Awesome. Yeah. You know what? If they do a Trump mugshot T-shirt from Trump store, I might buy that.
I might make one myself.
Yeah, because everybody's going to use that mugshot.
Fuck yeah! I hope he has that devilish grin that he gets.
Yeah.
But anyway.
We have a lot to get to in this second hour of this GOP
Fuck,
primary
we're only in the
debate.
second hour.
Policy discussions the Americans want to hear you all on. China, Ukraine, immigration, education. But we are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Of course. Hey, I used that phrase yesterday, you cock, or this morning, you cock. Yesterday morning.
He probably heard it from Steven Crowder, and then they decided to borrow it.
Look,
Crowder.
It's an easy one, but come on, man. Give me credit.
President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be part.
Can I just give a little bit of credit to the moderators who, until we'll see it in a minute, for the most part, when the crowd is going, they just keep going. They don't acknowledge it at all.
Yeah.
Well done for doing that. Because if you acknowledge them, it just makes it worse.
Oh, of course. Strike stand effect.
Process tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020
which was
election
nonsense.
loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee.
Okay.
If
I hope this comes through. If it doesn't, you need to look up this moment.
former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Now, there was a question. You see one hand go up immediately. Now, remember, they all signed a pledge. A pledge, Jack. And they ripped on Trump for not being willing to.
Yeah, it was one of the conditions of being on this debate stage.
Uh-huh. All right, hopefully this comes through. So Vivek's hand goes up. And Ron finally brings his up. And so does Mikey. He's bringing his up now. But they wait to see if anybody else will. They're such pussies. Such pussies. Now, I don't know if you saw that part. We got to go back just a second.
Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
All right. Now, you see Chris Christie's hand is up there. Yes, Vivek, whatever, had his hand up immediately. He didn't even hesitate. Whoa. And hey, look how high he's got his hand. DeSantis has his like shoulder level, like maybe I have to do this or Trump people are going to be mad at me.
Yeah, because he can't win without him.
Pumpkin Boy on the end there, he's got his hand up and he does a little finger wave. A little finger wave. He's not actually saying that he would support him. We'll get to it in a second. I just want to point it out because it's like he tries to raise his hand so later he can say he raised his hand. Because we've seen people do that with debate shit before. And I hate that fat fuck anyway. So it gives me another chance to call him a fat fuck. I don't know if you guys know this, but Chris Christie's a fat fuck.
Well, look, he thought they were ordering a pizza. He was only half paying attention.
I'll take 3. All right. And I want you to notice this. Everybody else is taking their hand down. And who's still in the middle smiling with his hand as high as it ever was? They all signed a pledge as a condition to be on the stage.
Just hold on. So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand.
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And I know you didn't. Well,
no.
What's
look, here's the bottom line.
Spit it out, fat boy. You got a dinner roll in the way? Talk.
Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now,
and that response right there, there's a little bit of booing, but there's a whole lot of cheering, is why I said it. It sounds like they kind of packed this with a bunch of DeSantis supporters.
Now, whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
So if you believe that what he did, there was no issue with it, the conduct that you believe doesn't merit any criminal charges is beneath the President of the United States. The fuck are you talking about, fat man? It's not like he was jerking off in public. And in fact, I got to bring this up again. If he really believes the election was stolen, it is actually the job of the president to stand up. Are you all right?
Yep.
Is that thunder?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I thought you fell.
No, it's been storming the entire time I've been on here. It's just, that was the first time you heard it.
It was the president's job, if he honestly believes that election was rigged, to fight against it. Literally his fucking job, you fat fuck. Oh, unbecoming. No, that's the oath, dickhead.
And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raised your hand supporting. I'd like to.
It's amazing how when he brings up the booing, there's a lot more booing and no cheering for him. He's a douche.
Get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st
Morning, baby.
century. It's a fact. And
Morning.
Christie,
Oh.
honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man.
Seriously, I want to have a beer with this dude, and I don't drink beer. Just coming out of the greatest president of the 21st century. Do you think anybody else would be up there and admit that?
Right.
I mean, you only got 4 to choose from. It's not that hard.
And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong.
Amen.
To end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Yeah. Vivek needs to be VP for Trump. I wish he honestly wanted it, but I do believe he's honest right now when he says he doesn't want it. I hope Trump can talk him out of it. I really do. Because I fucking love this guy, and that gets him one step closer to actually being president. And if he means everything he says, I would vote for this guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Look, I don't. There's things that I don't agree with, but man, he says a lot of stuff that give me that political chub, and not this chub, not fat man with a. Good God, how many chins are there?
Those aren't chins; those are just extra rolls from his belly that have been pushed up.
How your chin start at your eyes, man? Fuck,
well, the fat's
fat.
got to go somewhere. It just runs out of space after a while.
He is one ding dong away from having a fat forehead. All right.
You know, let me take. No, I'm sorry. 30 seconds covered.
You make me laugh because you sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer right. You sit here in an answer.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Christie.
Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
He actually had to stop and chastise the audience because Christie's such a dick.
Well, it's funny later when a little foreshadowing here when what's her name? Nikki Haley has to tell them to get shit under control.
Yeah.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
No, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it,
because
and I
there's a
know.
difference
Look,
between bad behavior and illegal behavior, Chris. And you as a prosecutor should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know.
That's another one, man. I wish that Chris wasn't such a loud fuck. What he said there, if you didn't hear him, is there's a difference between bad behavior and illegal behavior. And you as a prosecutor should know that.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
There's a difference between bad behavior.
And I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight.
What does he have to do?
You're not one of us, you outsider. That's what I heard.
He just said, you're an outsider. Are they trying to get him elected?
Apparently. I don't know what Christie's doing other than working on a ham sandwich fund.
Well, again, we all know, and we talked about this on the pregame for this. He's only in this election. Vivek was actually right when he said, you're only in this to hate on Donald Trump.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
true.
Absolutely.
100% true.
We said that earlier, and it still maintains. Some of these guys are just in it for the money.
Yeah.
Or the publicity or their egos. But they're not going to win.
LG says, Monk, it's not moo, it's boo. Yeah, or sorry, it's not boo, it's moo. I wish it was, but he deserved the boos too. There should just be somebody walking behind him at all times going,
And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Get your MSNBC contributor.
he said, Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always.
Hey, homie, you do know presidents have done that in the past, right? And that Donald Trump absolutely didn't.
Yeah. We've had several. highly regarded presidents suspend parts of the Constitution. Lincoln did it. Harry Truman, FDR.
But hey, he said, "Fuck you, you fat bitch," and your tie's ugly too.
Stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
Right, we have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland.
Amen.
Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray.
He lied about that. The first thing he's going to do is toke, and then he'll get fired. Come on, be honest.
He's got to look for Clinton's hidden weed stash.
Yes.
Because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why.
Because of people like Chris Christie.
Can you already hear the feminists saying he wants to blind women?
Yeah. This can't be fun.
We keep seeing not only the
first thing I'll do is fire up a joint. Yes. Damn, I missed that. I should have stayed with the fire theme. Damn it.
Weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings.
Amen.
They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
The problem here is you're getting off topic. I agree with him here, but you should let everybody answer that question whether Pence did the right thing. By the way, Pence did the right thing. Could he have gone the other way? There's an argument for it, but at that point, it is the way the system goes. I don't like it. I think there were questions, but at that point, I mean, that is the pomp and circumstance we go with, Jack.
Yes, unfortunately, there's a system in place, and that was the way it had to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got screwed by the courts who wouldn't even hear the cases that everybody brags about. Hey, they lost in court. No, they didn't. They wouldn't even listen.
Yeah, and that's the real problem, is that there's a lot of problems in the justice system.
Yeah,
some of these judges, activists, and prosecutors. So, yeah, that's where the failing happened, was in the court system, not with the rest of it. Did Pence do the right thing? I don't know, but that was the way it likely had to go.
He did what he was supposed to do at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't like him, but
no, me neither. The guy's a douchebag.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
I don't know if you heard Ramaswamy there. He said, we need to shut down the FBI, get it right. He's not wrong.
Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition
Ding, ding,
to that,
ding.
we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn, because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
You hear him start to go a little Martin Luther King there?
Yep.
I will bring the change. Shut up, man. Just go back to thinking about Doritos.
We have an important
But Governor
question
DeSantis, do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th?
So here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agencies.
Right, but
I will do that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the
You didn't stop Tim Scott from all the extra shit he did.
Yeah.
thing. This election is not about January 6th
Amen.
of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2024.
Vice President Pence,
What do you think, Vice President, is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States? I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going forward? The rehashing of this. I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let them get away with it.
That's right, 100%.
Yeah, he's completely right there.
And Mikey just wants everybody to cheer him because he's a douchebag. I need a different one because I called Christy a douchebag. He's a twat monger. He's a twat nugget. How about that?
Cum napkin.
Yeah, he's a butt nugget. He's a mistake in genetics.
He's a dingleberry. That word doesn't get used enough anymore.
It doesn't. But I prefer butt nugget, but yeah, dingleberry's wonderful.
Yeah, because
not if you have one.
It's the use of the word dingle that really ties it together. Because like butt nugget, you're like, it's poop. Dingleberry, you can be like, wait, what? There's people that don't know what that means
and have to go look it up online.
Yeah, then they find things.
Policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson.
That's a bullshit reason, homie. He's beating you by 30%, so we have to talk about whether Mike Pence did the right thing that day. Those two things aren't related, fucknut.
You did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to
Is
face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th.
He ain't do nothing on January 6th except give a speech, you stupid hick.
More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again.
Because they haven't read the goddamn thing and they like touching children.
Well, they're scholars.
You fucking asshole. Read the 14th.
You could probably project the 14th Amendment on his forehead.
You're not wrong. He's got that Timmy forehead going on.
He does.
More than that, read why it was passed. It had nothing to do with Donald Trump giving a speech and then some people going down and having a fucking riot. It was about the Civil War, you fucking asshole. It was about the people who went into the Civil War, the South Carolina, Florida, Texas, those leaders not being allowed to run for president or for Congress, asshole. That was a real insurrection, dick. For fuck's sake.
But the Fed's direction was bad, monkey.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. I'm so tired of this shit. I really should have become a constitutional lawyer. It's not as complicated as people think. I mean, you do got to go through some, legal decisions made by the courts because some of them don't make sense with what's actually written there. But the 14th is pretty straightforward, and so is the reasoning for it. And what happened on January 6th doesn't qualify, dickhead. Christ.
Insurrection.
He's even got Timmy's hair.
This is something that could disqualify him under
Bullshit.
the rules and under
Bullshit.
the Constitution. And so
you are no longer. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute it. You are no longer allowed to talk about the Constitution because you obviously don't fucking understand it. God damn it. I can't get the volume back up. Hang on. Why does it keep popping off the screen?
I don't know.
Oh, there we go. I'll take it back so we can hear Timmy a little bit more. But yeah, you don't understand the Constitution. You just want him out so you have a chance, which you don't have a chance, Asa. Nobody likes you. I'm pretty sure you don't even like you. You put on that tie today.
Qualify him under our rules and under the
Bullshit.
Constitution. And so obviously I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony.
These aren't even serious felonies. This is made up shit. They had to get creative with the law.
Yeah. Kind of does reinforce the theory, though, that the fix is in because he hasn't been convicted yet.
I want to point out that the only two people who said that they wouldn't still support him are the two who were like, I was a prosecutor. We gotta make sure prosecuting is done proper. Those are the two who didn't raise their hand. They're the problem. These oh, fuck you. I am the law. Fuck you.
Or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree with me.
He would only for the record, the 14th Amendment would not disqualify him for any crime except an insurrection against the United States. That's it. So all of he is found guilty of these serious felonies. That doesn't matter. That's just you and your own morality, you piece of shit. Don't put that on the Constitution because you're a coward. Cunt. I'm far enough in. I'm pretty sure we can say cunt.
I have no idea.
Even if we're not, he's a cunt. Now I want to see her
answer the question. Can I get in on okay, I'd like to answer.
Honestly, I'd always like to see it.
I don't think she has a cunt. I think she has a vagine.
Oh no, she got a cunt, man. It's dirty.
No, she probably cleans that shit.
Oh, I'm sure, but oof. Sorry, guys.
Call me Martha.
Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution.
That's
and he
your
deserves
pre-canned
not grudging
speech.
credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure.
Says the guy who's literally in this for personal political reasons. I don't know if you've watched any of it, Jack, but Trump calls him out for what I mentioned this morning.
Mm-hmm.
That the only reason that he's in this race is because Trump didn't give him a job.
Yeah.
Which is true.
And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution.
Lincoln? You guys don't want to be called the party of Lincoln anymore?
Jefferson. I mean, he tried to do that a few times too.
I mean, I guess sure. Throw out the Lincoln Project. They're also kitty touchers. I'm all right with that.
Yeah, those people are assholes.
We have to dispense with reality so I can hate Trump. Fuck you.
He didn't give me a job. He's like a fat Merrick Garland, isn't he?
He took my job.
Forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay.
You're a pussy.
Governor Haley, we haven't heard from you on
He's a
this.
big
Do you
fupa is
agree-
what he is.
Do you agree that
Yeah.
Vice President Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing. And I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will
What they should have asked is, was that election stolen?
No, they're not gonna do that.
Fucking pussies.
also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader.
Has she seen the polls? Look, the two guys that are leading in this race would be Biden and Trump. A new generational leader? Sweetheart, the fuck are you talking about? I know you're trying really hard wearing your grandma dress. Fuck are you talking about? That's what the American people will tell you. That's not what they're telling the pollsters. And the polls are so far out, even if you don't believe in polls, Jack, you got to be like, okay, Trump's at least up by 20. At least.
Yeah, at least.
We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America.
Apparently she hasn't been watching Biden's polls. All right.
We can't win a general election that way.
But they're going to win with you, Grandma. And by the way, we need new generational. You just told people to vote for Vivek.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's Governor Burgum opportunity.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that it's just, you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Okay, as promised, we were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
you answered on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
Yeah.
We thought you were done, but you
no,
please.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who has the courage to actually say that is how we move our nation forward.
Go,
Vivek.
Turn the page forward. That's exactly right. Will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this corrupt.
That's the difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer a question?
I've actually given
You can pardon somebody as president for any crimes they may have committed in XYZ, even if they're not found guilty or the case isn't over. You absolutely can.
When I was governor of the state of Indiana, it usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So we'll.
Thank you, Frosty Glass. He only saw 6 because he doesn't see color. He said these 8 candidates. He's one of the 8 on stage. Just saying.
He's not entirely wrong. It does kind of play into other people's agenda by them arguing and relitigating.
Yeah, and
Trump
that was DeSantis's point. Why are we talking about this? It only helps the Democrats.
Because it's a left-wing talking point, and Fox is covert left.
Yep.
Look, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may,
I love that he laughs at him.
You know, it's not about looking back at January 2021.
You literally stopped them from going forward so you could answer this, you stupid prick.
Look, he just wanted to talk because he's awesome, and everybody should vote for Pence because Pence said so. He's the new Jeb Bush.
This isn't about looking back. They were moving forward. Fuck you. Gotta hate him.
It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand.
He literally invoked Reagan for this.
I told you. That's where his entire mentality is. I am Reagan.
And I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer. So help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father.
I love
Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues
did he study George Bush, George W. Bush for this? Because he's doing a hell of an impression.
I think he's actually talking more like somebody that went to seminary.
They're not. They'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people.
Confidence of the American people.
Now, look,
Yeah,
I've
he's
made
talking
it clear.
like a preacher.
I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law, and President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American
Is he a Tim Pool fan? Because he is fence sitting like a bitch.
Maybe.
Do you think he did anything wrong there, homie?
people deserve to
Everybody
know
should have to answer about me.
that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution.
No, he didn't,
And,
because in the Constitution it's not clear that you cannot do that. Just saying, homie.
I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no
Vice
right to
President Pence?
overturn the election.
No, what you did, let's be honest about what he did here, okay? Even if he believes that, that was the right thing to do, there was a calculated political choice. That takes Trump out, and as Trump's VP, he is the heir apparent going into 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Except he didn't think Trump was going to run again. That's why you did it, Mikey. Stop it. What's that bell mean? It means they're supposed to shut the fuck up so they can move on.
No, the bell means nothing. Just ignore it. It's just a sound effect at this point. They've been ignoring it the entire fucking time.
And Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Now we are moving on to other issues. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We wouldn't.
See his hand went up immediately again. He's going to have my babies, Jack.
I think somebody already did that.
Not supported.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their
And just raised it higher.
But you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing
you
that.
would not support
and I think
more
we need
funding?
to do, and I think our support should be contingent.
I'm not quite sure what Ramaswamy was doing there, but he had his hand just off the screen here shaking.
He's waving. He's doing the queen wave.
It kind of looked like he was saying he's on the fence kind of thing. I wish there was a better shot of it because I'd like to see what he was actually doing there.
On them doing it, and I would have support in China to be able to take.
What is he doing?
Take China and do what we need to do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America. We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first, secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
And Mikey over there, hey, he's talking about me. He didn't call you out directly, fucker. I don't know if you noticed the rules. I mean, he was talking about him, but still.
The rules say you have to stop talking at the bell, but here we are.
And that half of what he was saying was hard to hear because Pence wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Let the voters hit the polls. Oh, wait, that's how that song goes. Never mind.
Okay, heard the names. Governor Christie first.
Heard the names. He didn't say anybody's names. We heard the names. Oh.
He did it psychically.
He literally did. He said, there's people on this stage. Thank you, Tyrai. Pence is putting other gods ahead of God Almighty. I think he needs to reread his Bible. No. He's read the parts that he likes. That's all he needs.
Can Pence read?
Look,
Well, somebody might read it to him. I don't know.
did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people.
Oh, okay. But he specifically said that there's people who went there and didn't go to Maui or didn't go to the southern border.
Hey, he left out East Palestine.
Fair. Look, by all means, go over there so you can see it for yourself. But what about seeing it for yourself, the shit that's going on in America, you fat fuck? Oh, we don't need to worry about that at all. Fuck America. That was the specific call out, Jack. It's not just that they went to Kyiv. It's that they did not go to places in America that need help. You fat bastard. Get in my belly.
And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families.
He saw 20,000 kids get abducted?
Yeah, but by children he meant egg rolls.
That's impressive. And you didn't like call the news or anything. Hey, they're stealing 20,000 kids right now. You went over there and heard stories, fat boy. Stories from Professional Liar. The man's an actor.
Stories are the same thing as facts when you're eating at a buffet.
Frost is he went to Ukraine. They've had enough famines. Fair enough.
They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans.
They're Muslim?
I believe that's called a bonus hole adjustment.
I'm fairly certain that's Muslim doctrine. Look, it's war, and yeah, there's people who are doing horrible things, but it only gets talked about on the Russian side. Don't forget that war has actually been going on since 2014, where Vladdy Boy has killed 13,000 of his own people. Nobody talks about that.
This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius.
He can be evil and a genius, fuckface. Those aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, a lot of very evil people are literally geniuses.
If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
We don't stand up to it. Does that mean you're going to commit us?
Well, look, somebody's got to go fight that war.
If you truly believe that, Chris, you should be saying, I'm going to send troops.
I have a question for Governor Haley. We'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30
No, he
seconds.
wasn't.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
We're running out of equipment because we're giving it all to them, you fucking retard.
Yeah, we're critically low on equipment and ammunition. And a lot of things that we've been giving them need those semiconductors that are so short supplied these days. So maybe we should stop.
It's literally showing that we can't. If you don't think we can do it, you got a pretty real idea of what's going on in the world. You're a retard. God damn.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek.
No, we can't.
We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the...
Reagan actually fought him.
Look, your hate facts have no place here, sir.
It might have kind of been on the down low, but he was actually kind of over there. By the way, if you're going to talk about fighting commies, why don't you talk about China? We'll come back to that.
giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land is not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border. And frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him.
There's no proof of that.
And who says we have to go fight over in Europe? We're not required to do that. We get the NATO alliance, but we can always just be like, fuck you. No,
we
you
can
guys
break
started this.
Yeah, we can break the NATO alliance if we want to.
Yeah, probably not a good idea, but we don't absolutely have to. Nobody's going to force our people over there.
It's entirely different for Russia to face the Ukrainian army, even backed with our equipment, than it is for Russia to face the American army. You fucking idiot.
I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just
so
briefly address Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990. The real threat. You talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now
have any idea what Vladimir Putin's aims are.
You already spoke. Now I actually have something to say.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere.
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Now, I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer.
Not a thing to say about Xi.
Yeah, you insulted Putin, and he's defending Putin here? But you insulted him by calling him a communist?
Vivek is pointing out that it's not the old Soviet Union. And if you're really worried about the communists, Mikey, you need to look a little more south over there in Asia. There's a big country you might have heard of. It's called China. China. That's how your boss used to say it when you were in the hallways and in the meetings.
I don't know if you noticed, but that's how DeSantis has been saying it too.
I haven't, but that's funny. China, they're literally involved in a genocide right now, you cunt. Oh, that goddamn Putin. Say something bad about China. Go ahead. The communist. Every fucking thing he has to say about Putin is happening in China. But I guess it's okay because the Uyghurs are Chinese. It's all right to fucking wipe them completely off the map.
Oh, they're Mongolian.
A literal fucking genocide. Meanwhile, he's worried about a border war in Europe. Well, Asia and Europe. We got to stop that because eventually he's going into Poland. He's Hitler. Fuck off. You're an idiot.
We still have no evidence of.
No.
And the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
We need to stand against authoritarianism. I am so fucking tired of hearing that I'm sorry, I'm about to yell. I'm so tired of hearing that fucking excuse for why we need to support Ukraine. We got to stand against authoritarianism. Do you know how many fucking authoritarian regimes are out there that we don't do dick about?
You know, than ours?
Well, more so than ours.
Oh.
The Saudis, one of our best trading partners. Authoritarian as fuck.
Also behind part of 9/11.
The Chinese, who we just can't suck up to enough. Authoritarian as fuck. We got to stand up to it. You don't stand up to shit. You use that as an excuse when you decide there's somebody you want to fight. Fuck you. So tired of that shit. We got to stand up to authoritarians. You're a pussy.
30 seconds.
Respond. The real threat we face today is communist China.
Amen.
And we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it. And I am the only non-neocon on this stage. But keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear Mr. Vice President.
To give Russia everything they've got.
Mr. Vice President.
Give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO. And then somehow
Mr. Vice President.
China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice President.
America needs to stand for freedom.
Okay. Then are you going to arm Taiwan? You going to go over there and put our F-22s on their land? When the Chinese come really close to their borders, you're going to shoot at them? You're standing up to those authoritarian, you got strength. Fuck you.
Well, to be fair, we probably won't have any F-22s. All be over in Ukraine.
Okay, here we go.
I think we need to reestablish some ground rules.
When we hear this bell,
yes,
that means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness.
Shut up, Mike.
30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States.
This is a problem in the Republican Party, that they are so pro-Ukraine. Do you guys even know that we don't like authoritarian regimes? Zelensky has silenced his political critics, got rid of political parties, got rid of political publications.
But they're freedom-loving, monkey. They love the freedoms.
Go over to Ukraine and try talking about how great Russia is and see how well that goes for you. Again, that's advice you should not take. Arresting priests. Yes, exactly.
Arresting Coach Red Pill.
That was one that came up when Tucker was talking to Pence. And Pence's little bitch ass was like, I'm not sure that's happening. Little twat monger.
States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign policy.
We gave you
protect
more than the 30
homeland.
seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So
now, Ramaswamy is the one who's most attacked on stage. And part of that is he is the surrogate for Trump here, but it's also he's the only one that's got different ideas. As I said, the others are basically the same people. You could merge them all into one. They'd still be smaller than Christie, oddly, with him involved. And
it's like a black hole.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any contradictions in their head. They'd just be, oh, yeah, this is the talking point.
Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine.
Because she is
war.
a neocon
You
and a half.
have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute.
It is.
Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong.
Answer the question.
They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded.
A pro-American country where we basically caused a coup that was invaded. Be honest about it, bitch. We took out their pro-Russian president. That was American propaganda that made that happen.
By a thug.
By a thug.
So when you want
By
to
a thug? You mean like Zelensky? Fuck you.
about what has been given to Ukraine. Less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine.
Okay. Nikki, can you not read? Jack, how many articles have we read about us not being able to replenish the supplies that we're giving to them?
Oh, probably a dozen at this point.
It's out 3.5% of our budget. Yeah, but a lot of our budget is for personnel. It's not all for brand new tanks, you idiot.
Just because we have the money doesn't mean we can get the product. It takes years to rebuild these tanks. Stockpiling all the ammunition is going to take a long time. It may not be available on the market.
If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S.
We alone made them the third highest spending military in the world.
Yeah.
By percentage of GDP, yeah, some countries gave $10 and that's like 100% of their GDP. Cool.
Yeah, I'm sure if Luxembourg threw a quarter at them, it'd matter. But why is this our job?
If you look at the amount of money that they've gotten, an overwhelming majority of it came from us.
Of course. Because
we've
do all the world's work.
We've approved over $100 billion. How she gets that's only 3% of our military spending is beyond me. Because our military spending, last I saw, was at like $700 billion. That is 1/7. And as far as I know, 3.5 does not translate into 1/7.
Well, see, Monkey, there's this thing that happens. You've got a girl with a tiny girl brain, and she's trying to use these wizarding tools called math. It just doesn't work out.
But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to...
No, he doesn't. That is a fucking lie. His policy here is very much like Trump's. It's very much like a lot of people who want to just end this war. Like, you give parts of the Donbass region to Russia, which, by the way, they're pro-Russian. It's why Zelensky was trying to kill them. You let those go back into Russia. You make a pact with Russia that we will never allow Ukraine into NATO. And there you go. That's the end. If you go in there again, you're going to fuck you up. Leave them alone. There you go. You got your little pro-Russian people down there, which, by the way, voted overwhelmingly, 98%, I think it was, 95, 98, to go to Russia. And they all believe in elections. And you get the fighting to stop. That's it. They lie about these guys so bad.
Let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't...
Oh.
Well, that's not at all what he said.
No. She's just lying.
Look at his face. That's amazing pause game.
Do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, if Russia...
technically, Poland on that side is our front line of defense. That's where NATO starts, honey.
Yeah. What is Poland and Turkey are the closest NATO allies?
Yeah. Now, this is like saying, you get in a bar or you watch a bar fight and somebody's getting beat up and you're like, phew, he's my line of defense. The fuck are you talking about? Doesn't even involve you.
Yeah.
Once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next.
There's nothing that's... fuck you, lying twat.
Frosted said, Vivek, she needs some mansplaining.
She desperately needs some mansplaining.
World war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin.
We have proof of that?
No, not yet. It's just
the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are
look,
choosing a murderer over a pro-American.
He's absolutely a murderer. You know who else is? The Saudi crown prince. Are we gonna who hates the Saudis right now? The Kuwaitis? No, not the Kuwaitis. The what's that little country over there they're fucking with?
Qatar? Or Yemen is one too.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of Yemen. Whichever. We're gonna arm them too? Because there's a murderous authoritarian government over there. We're gonna arm them as a first line of defense so they don't get into the Baltics. You fucking twat. I hate these fucking bullshit. It's nonsense. Their talking point, they're gonna do it. If you want to go after every authoritarian in the world, we just don't have the resources. We just don't. So stop using that excuse. He's a murderer. What about Khashoggi? You guys loved talking about him not long ago.
That was like 5 days ago, Monkey.
Literally ordered by the crown prince. Oh, well, there was an ambassador who fell out of a window. You guys only care about it now and then. It's such a bullshit talking point.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to that fucking cheering. And again, Putin's a shitbag. Nobody's arguing he's not. But fuck you for trying to pretend that's why you're doing it. You don't give a shit about that. Or you would care about Xi, who's just south of the border there, who's literally killing thousands of people, torturing them because they have the wrong religious idea, you bitch. I'm angry now.
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
If you missed that because he is talking while they're clapping, he says, I wish you luck in your future on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon. Those are military contractors.
But the fact of the matter,
and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Let him talk.
Each of those right now, this is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it. So the reality is,
America less than you have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have.
Look how proud she is of herself. She just had her Tulsi Gabbard moment, guys.
Yeah. Oh, she's a big girl now.
You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows. You were an ambassador who did what you were told. Shut up.
So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
that is the answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Bullshit. America doesn't need Israel. I don't think that necessarily cutting them off completely is a good idea either. It's helpful to have a landing space right there, but they need us way more than we need them. Way more.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioning.
Hey, the front line of defense to Iran. Well, if you want to just give them money so that they fight it, so you know they'll fight our war so we don't have to bullshit. But I mean, talk about murderous dictators. What's the other word they use? All of this stuff. What about Iran? Why don't we go over there? Why don't we give the Israelis enough resources to just go take care of Iran?
Please don't give her ideas.
These neocons, man, they're very, very selective. Very selective.
Territorial dispute. Not only.
No, it's not a territorial dispute.
Vivek sold me out or won me over, then you sold out for shekels. He has taught he's going to severely cut back the aid that we give him. And what he's talking about is allowing them to actually be a friend, to actually be an ally. Because right now they're kind of a satellite. If we're being honest, they're kind of a satellite. They're an undeclared state. They're Georgia.
President of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people.
Yes.
And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border.
Yep.
We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because
We can do both at the same time. No, we can't. No, we can't. We don't have the resources. We gave them all to Ukraine, fucker. This isn't even guesswork. This isn't a conspiracy. It's just true. God damn, I hate these people.
Yeah.
We're conservatives. No, you're not. You're power-hungry assholes who just want to go around the world and blow up people.
Hey, dude, lightning's getting a lot worse out here, so I'm going to have to drop out.
All right, dude.
So thanks for having me on. And you guys take care of yourselves. And thank you all for the donations. But yeah, sorry, it's just getting a little wicked out there, and I'm going to not take the chance on.
No, dude, go get some sleep or something.
I'm not gonna be able to sleep. It's scary out. There's a thunder monster out there.
Oh man, thunderstorms. I sleep like a baby.
I don't sleep in general, so yeah. Unfortunately, I just don't want to risk a power outage or surge. So
sure, yeah.
All right, sorry guys. I'll see you all on the next one.
Take care, my friend. I will see you later.
Vivek won.
Indeed.
We're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
We're actually going to.
Yeah, if we could possibly, do both, that'd be fine if we're sending them our excess, but we're not. We're actually sending them stuff we need. Do you think she's filleted old fatso? Probably. I don't mean Chris Christie. Well, who do you mean then? She tried to have her moment here. This was her big moment. She's the foreign policy chick because she used to be the ambassador to the UN. She's a fucking idiot. She's a neocon who just wants to kill people. Fuck her.
We're going to talk about China. Governor Burgum. China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan.
They've also had warships off the coast of Hawaii. The last time Asians did that, it didn't turn out real well. China is our biggest threat, period.
In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Burgum?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it. And we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail.
You know how you stop them from being China's gas station? Remove the sanctions and allow them to sell gas throughout the world. It's the sanctions that cause them to become China's gas stations because now China can buy their fucking gas at 20% off. Who the hell is this? He's the governor of North Dakota. It's not surprising you haven't heard of him. He's only on this stage because he paid people in gift cards if they would donate $1 to him so he could get on stage.
China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. they're over there. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan.
We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. Are you out of your fucking mind? Jesus Christ. If you want to kick off World War III, by all means do that. This is basically your Cuban Missile Crisis. For those of you who don't know the actual history of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the reason the Russians were moving missiles to Cuba wasn't to threaten the U.S. It was in retaliation for us putting missiles pointed at Russia in Turkey. You're literally talking about kicking off another fucking Cold War, possibly World War III. You dumb son of a bitch. Christ. Oh my God.
The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what
you think we have subs that can launch missiles from the water, you dumbass. We don't actually have to put them on land there. Jesus fucking Christ. And all China has to do is, all right, well, we'll take you out first. Or move missiles to Cuba. We've already seen that starting. Dumbass.
we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan?
Wait.
The fact that
If deterrence failed there, why would deterrence work now? You silly son of a bitch. Why are you on the stage?
Into Ukraine, and then now
go
they see
away.
Weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money in this fort we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay.
Hey, he stopped right at the buzzer.
Senator Scott on China, that same question.
Can I speak about China?
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents.
That was already taken care of. That was already in the bill. The IRS agent thing, yes, it was a bad thing, but that was already taken care of. It was in part of the was that the continuing resolution? I forget, but yeah, it was already taken. Already taken. You guys are just using a talking point. If you want to use that talking point, be hey, we got to make sure that kind of shit never happens again, and that if we're gonna do that, we're gonna do it for the Border Patrol.
And hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona.
You voted for the fucking bill, dude. Fuck.
About 2 weeks ago. The most
he does seem high. He's high as fuck right now. He can't even open his eyes all the way.
People from a national security standpoint is our.
It's like watching BX Beast Boy at the end of one of his shows. I love Beast, don't get me wrong, but he partakes. Notice his eyes ain't opening all the way. He's got to be during the breaks that he gets. Does it smell like skunk in here?
Southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl. Plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office.
Why you got to do Beast Boy like that? Hey, watch it. I love Beast. Beast is awesome, but you can tell when he's really high because he can barely open them eyes. That's why you'll often hear me ask him before he comes on the show, like, on a range from 0 to Snoop, how high are you?
200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border.
No, we couldn't. No, we couldn't. This is something that Jack talked about right before he left. We can't get the chips. The chips are coming a lot faster than they were, but we're having trouble getting the chips to make all this shit. And yeah, we got $5 billion for this. Doesn't mean we're going to get it right away. It could be years before that stuff was even ready to install at the border. So I appreciate the idea, but fuck, man.
Stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the
You're not just Southern, man. You're high as
of
shit.
this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about.
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office.
Yep.
That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President
Pence, shut up.
Images from earlier this month. Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month,
That little smug smile.
images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles.
Yep.
Do you consider this an invasion? Would you
No.
authorize lethal force along that border?
Now, for the record, I just want to remind you my take on that picture. We did discuss that. These are just people. They're going back across the border. They are the guards for the either people or the drugs that are coming across. They're not actually coming in with those guns to fight. That doesn't mean nobody is, but these are just guys who are. That's their job, is to get people or product across the southern border. So when you ask, is this an invasion? No. Yeah, coyotes, a helping hound. These are coyotes. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be dealt with, but calling it an invasion, no, that's not the invasion. The invasion are all the illegals that are coming across every fucking day.
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not.
You come across our border with a gun, we should shoot them. Period. It might not be an invasion, but you are an invading person with a firearm. Sorry. You want to do that? Stay on your side of the border.
Unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there.
They're so focused on fentanyl, but say nothing about big pharma. Yeah, a lot of the overdoses, they never talk about this when they talk about the overdose thing. It is big pharma. I mean, there for a while, Oxy was a big one for that shit.
With President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help on going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel. And that made a difference. Ramon was.
Okay, that made a difference, but somebody just stepped into his place, and it's worse now than ever. Stop bragging about shit that made no difference. I did this when I went down there with President Trump. One, you didn't do shit. They negotiated with Vicente Fox. He negotiated with President Trump. They're the president. You asking, hey, can you help us? I didn't do shit. Shut up. God, I hate these people.
Shot and killed, and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner.
And that's
we
fair.
Have to use economic pressure to accomplish
you ain't done
that.
shit.
President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done.
You ain't done
the
shit.
Military
Stop it.
Has to be limited in its use. When after
Put them on the border, you
9/11,
come across,
we
especially
had
if you're
the
armed, we
global
shoot you.
war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time.
Ding, ding.
You
Shut
can
up.
Do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border
Yes.
into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs,
Yep.
to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American military
I just want to pause there. Poor Ron. Ron, you give a good speech. You really do. And he all of his answers have been decent speeches. But God bless me. You look like you just smelled a fart. I realize Pence is next to you, so you probably did just smell an old man fart, but God damn. Remember, a lot of the stuff that comes from these debates is how you look. It's not even what you say. It's how you look, how you sound. And they've done extensive studies on this. And Ronald, God damn, dude.
Yes, and I will do it
Amen.
on day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as commander-in-chief to protect our country and to protect the people.
Yeah, what are they going to say if their people are coming across the border illegally and we shoot them? No. You can't do. How dare you shoot these criminals in your country? Fuck you. We're to the fuck you phase of this. I've been watching way too long. This is my second viewing too. So Ron's a combat vet. He's seen some shit. Was he in combat? I mean, he was in SEAL Team 1, SEAL Team 2. I forget which SEAL team he was on. He wasn't SEAL Team 6, the guys who do the really covert shit, but he was in the shit.
So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady.
I thought he was JAG. I think he did go, but yeah, he was a SEAL. Ron didn't see shit as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I want to say his SEAL team was part of the ones who do the collecting and assigning of where people go. Don't quote me on that. I know I looked it up like a week or two ago, but I don't remember. He's got around 4,000 hours of live fire training. Yeah, that's different than actually shooting someone. But anyway, look, I don't want to take anything away from the guy. He's a vet. He served. He signed up. Good on him. Good on him. Chris Christie was in MEAL Team 6. Fuck. All right, here we go.
In Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as
a lot of the fentanyl problem isn't people just like downing fentanyl. It's shit laced with it.
President, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You should have said damn there, man. It's okay. They said shit earlier. You can say damn.
You know, Vice President Pence.
But see, he gives a really good speech. When he gives his answers, he gives a really good speech. Not a great talker. And God bless Ron, you got to work on your they say in acting, one of the hardest things to do is be the extra in the background who's not saying anything. You need some people to come in and train you on that. Shucks by golly, right? Darn it to heck. It was a good answer.
Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
True.
Right.
I mean,
look,
they got most of it. And in fairness, they did. But I mean, even when the wall was finished, there were holes in it. That's why you had parts of the wall that had the tractor trailer thing sitting there. Yeah.
We secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
Okay, asylum abuse by 90%, but the rest of it is not true. I mean, there were still thousands of people pouring across the border. Bless Trump for what he did get done, but you didn't secure the border either, homie. Just that's being honest. No, you didn't.
When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across
That's
this
true.
country. But Martha, you began this.
Look, when I say that Trump didn't secure the border, that doesn't mean Biden didn't make it worse.
You're talking about who is
Ron, is Sargon good with a prepared speaking, but crappy on their feet? Yes, that's a really good analogy especially for this crowd. Good point, sir.
best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And
the dude who's honestly, see, he just did it again. The dude who's best prepared to be the next president is Trump. Why would you keep saying that? You've never been president. Oh my God. Do you think he realizes he's doing that? Do you think that's something that they had to have practiced that because he said it too many times? Did nobody go, wait a minute, that's just reminding people that the actual qualified guy is also running and beating the shit out of everybody? Trump had to battle rhinos in his own party to get any funding. No, for the right, he didn't get any funding from them. The first 2 years, he didn't get any funding for his wall, which is when he had the chance to do it. They had the Senate and the House, and it could have been done as a reconciliation bill. So they didn't need the 60-person vote. It's not Trump's fault that the wall wasn't completely fixed, or that there wasn't more border security. That's fair. But homie, we secured the border, and Trump says it too, and they're wrong. They didn't. I think Trump did. I think Trump dropped the ball. Trump should have pressured Congress a lot more when it was the Republicans. And he doesn't really do that until the Democrats take control of the House. When that happens, then suddenly he's like, we got to stop. You got to give me that money. And by then it's too late. Alan, thanks so much. He says, morning. Good morning. Ryan, fuck this. You're not wrong. Paul Ryan was a horrible Speaker of the House when it comes to things like this. Trump could have got so much done that he wasn't able to, because you're right, Faithless, he was fighting his own party there. And McCain, oh God, McCain, fuck that guy. I don't want to say I'm glad he's dead, but I'm not unhappy that he's, not alive. The Republicans fucked that up, really fucked it up. They could have taken care of that, and they were too pussyfied because they were worried about losing the election. And then what happens? They lose the fucking election anyway. Republicans, listen to me. You are never, ever going to get the media on your side. All right? So stop it. Anyway.
With all humility.
You don't have any, with all humility. Are you for real? You took credit earlier for saying, I was the first one to say we got to deal with the debt. With all humility. You are probably more arrogant than Trump, if I'm being honest. He is at least open with it. You're a twat. You hide this shit.
Negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock.
You never got the funding to build the wall. Trump had to change things. This is where Trump did at least do what he could when Congress didn't work for him anymore. He's like, well, we're going to move this funding over here. And remember you can't move that funding. And they took it to court, and court was like, yeah, fuck you. He can do it. So I worked around the clock to get that fund. You never got the funding, dickhead.
I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And AC, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table.
I did it, when Trump told me to. You're not helping yourself, Ron. You're making me laugh, which I appreciate, but you're not helping your cause here.
And they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard.
We were only able to do that because of the COVID shit, dickhead. Title 42.
And to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way.
Trump did?
And we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the.
What if the Mexicans don't give you the authorization to go in there and kill people on their soil? Then what do you do? Economic pressure, tariffs. Yeah, basically, yeah, is what they're talking about. Seriously, you just keep reminding people that you did Trump's work. I'm going to continue what Trump did. Don't pay attention to the fact that he's running too. What the hell's wrong with you, Ron? Whoever helped you prepare this debate was an idiot.
United States.
And I mean, you're kind of dumb too.
Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop
I keep forgetting he's here until they show his fat ass.
any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world
kick them out.
who are waiting in line, following the law to try
Say
to
kick
come
'em
here
out.
and pursue the American dream. And those people are
Kick 'em
waiting
out.
and waiting and waiting because we
Why are
haven't
you talking about people who are waiting when the question was, what will you do with the ones who are here? Jesus fuck.
dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this.
By the way, by saying this, there's actually an agreement that the United States made with illegals, which I'm not sure how that worked out, but where we let them stay here. So you can say you round them up, but you need to address things like that, guys. You really do. Because that's something you got to say, yeah, I'm going to fucking break that agreement. Fuck them.
All issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball.
Right.
Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out, because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course.
All right. So he finally answers it when she clarifies. But to what he said there, the Chinese are sending the stuff to make fentanyl. He calls it an act of war. And then what he says is, we need to make that a priority when we talk to them. You just disqualified yourself as I mean, you've done it many times, but you just disqualified yourself as president in my eyes. An act of war against us, and you're going to be like, I need to talk to you. I mean, look, we should not go to war with China over this. Maybe blockade Mexico so they can't get their little drug boats in. But when it comes to, like, you called it an act of war, and you said we'll talk to them? You can't be that big of a vagina. I know you're big, but come on. That's not how you deal with an act of war. I'll threaten them. I will put my fucking ships right off. An act of war. That is a big statement. That is a huge statement. That's not a minor word choice.
Have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about.
We're coming into the last segment. Let's jump ahead of the commercials here. A little more Russell Brand, a little more gold selling. Oh wait, hang on.
Our kids through 12.
They started quick. Get this damn gold off me here. Oh, I really should have wrote down time codes.
For 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds, Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline.
Yeah, remember what he just said there, country in decline. Because people were arguing with Vivek about it earlier. Ron wasn't, but others were. the full question was that you have these kids who can't read. What are the 13 and 15-year-olds? There's a large percentage of them who can't read or do math. That's the full question. Sorry about that.
We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried.
In fairness, the lockdowns had a positive effect in one way, and it's that we could finally see what teachers were doing. Because you can see them on TikTok and look, they're cringy, but we actually got to see it in the classrooms. And they were way too proud to show us. And now they've gone all Antifa, like, oh, we can't have any cameras near us. The problem wasn't just lockdown. This indoctrination shit started well before that. This shit's been going on for decades, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. It's now infected the primary education here in the United States. For those of you who aren't in the United States, primary would be kindergarten through 12th grade. That primary education, that stuff had been in the colleges, and about 5 to 8 years ago, it starts finally seeping into the public education system, and it comes with a vengeance. It's not just minor here and there, everywhere. It's part of their training materials.
By the media, but I stood for our kids, and as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well.
And I'll give you credit for that.
We have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated gender ideology from our K through 12 schools. And we have elevated the importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
Now it's freezing up on me.
As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Now, this is basically what Ramaswamy was talking about earlier with bringing back patriotism and dickhead with the white hair who used to work for Trump. They're like, no, there's nothing wrong with America. It's perfect. I'm going to make it more perfect. God, he's a douche.
Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator.
And to stop Pence again.
You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education.
Yep.
Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country.
Did you hear that? That $80 million put in the hands of parents, not the block grant bullshit we heard earlier from, was that Pence? Whichever idiot it was, like, we'll get block grant. Yeah, it was Pence. To the school system. No. That is the parents' money. Give it back to the fucking parents.
This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete.
Yes.
And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, has to pass in order to become a citizen of this
100%.
country. And the fact of the matter is, look, there's a part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but you know the word privilege gets used a lot. Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of 2 parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement.
Amen.
And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And
I'm telling you, this guy's just making my nipples hard. God bless. He hits all the points, man.
I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
That's one of his talking points.
So, Governor Burgum, Governor Haley has said Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time. You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
I did something irrelevant. Oh, you dumbass.
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by states. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false.
Bullshit.
You know, when I was building
Okay. No. Hashtag not all. There's Mrs. Smith over there. She's been working for 50 years. She's just waiting for her retirement. Yeah. A good amount of them. Enough that it should worry you. Enough that this is infecting even private schools, dickhead. It's just false. You're not paying attention.
Company from scratch, you know, with small town kids. And we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of the state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change, but what needs to change in it.
Okay. We'll get back to him in a second. I shadow a student. Do y'all know what shadowing is? It just means he goes into the class with the kid. You think they're going to tell you the worst shit? He doesn't say, I clip a secret camera to a kid to see what's really going on. They announced that the governor's coming. You don't think they're going to clean shit up a little bit? You think that is a real experience of what those kids are getting? You can't be that dumb. You just can't be. I mean,
education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done.
Stop with the innovative shit, okay? What we need is innovation. The more innovative we get, the dumber our kids seem to be getting. Every time there's some new, we're going to teach them this way. We got the what's it called? That dumbass math where you got to, for some reason, make boxes and shit because kids can't just go, let's see, 2 times 4 is 8. The more innovation you get, the dumber the kids are getting. Have you noticed a pattern, fucknut? Common Core, thank you.
Holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're
fuck you. They're working in low-paying jobs. Yeah, if they're a brand new teacher, which, by the way, you're going to be low-paying any brand new job you got ass at. We've seen far too many of them where they care about the kids. Oh, they care. But they care about them. If you want to dress like a girl, we'll let you do it while you're here. And we won't tell your mommy. They don't give a fuck about the actual education. They care about indoctrination. Absolute indoctrination, asshole. I'm starting to understand why my comment section told me to stream with you, monkey. I apologize. I haven't seen your channel. I'll have to go watch.
They're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these.
I hear that a lot. The one thing I wanted was my kids to be healthy, and then happy, and then better life than I had. She wants their kids to have a better life, but have lung cancer or something. I don't know.
And there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading.
Yep.
If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over
True.
this country.
Fair.
We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the
Amen. Cameras in the classroom. And at the very least, curriculum posted for parents to see.
classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women.
Stop it. Girls are ahead of boys in every fucking category. I'm going to fight for the girls. Stop it. Fight for the students, male and female, you fucking idiot. You want to make the athletics thing? I'm with you. Get the boys out of the girls' sports. 100%. I don't care if they're wearing a dress or not. You compete against the boys. But this nonsense, I'm going to fight for the girls. For what? To have even more? To having a bigger leg up? To have their graduation rates even higher? To have their college acceptance and their college graduation even higher? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm going to fight for the girl. Fight for the students, you bitch. You're asking to be president of the United States, not the United States of females. Fuck you and your feminist bullshit. I apologize. I don't.
Women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our.
Her question was about the biological girls in the locker or biological boys in their locker room. And the only thing she said at the very end, she throws in one little remark about it. The rest of it had to be that stupid feminist bullshit. The talking points we've been arguing against forever. And this goddamn shit has been going on, and girls are far ahead of boys. Far ahead. It's not even close. What are you? She's like the Pence without the penis. She's living in a different time. But oh, look at that clapping.
We're going to start the lightning round, and the first question is going to go to you, Vice President. So this is a lightning round.
My last cigarette, damn it.
30-second answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve.
He is.
Should presidents have
Time
to
out.
pass a mental and physical test?
I'll go back because her question isn't exactly about their age. He's not too old to serve. He doesn't have the cognitive ability to serve. If he was cognitive, I'd have no problem if his cognition was fine. But he's clearly not all there. So,
Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Now, see, the question is fine. It's the setup that's wrong. Should they? Yeah, all of them should have to pass a cognitive test, period. But that has nothing to do with their age. It's a little ageist, Martha, and considering the fact that you're growing a vagina neck, you might want to be careful.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and. But 30 seconds. No, the American people can make those judgments. But
no, they can't. No, they can't. Okay, fuck you. We should be able to. But when we're lied to, I'm going to repeat this. The biggest theft in 2020 was the theft of information, where the mainstream media would not put out what Biden was really like. What they did not. The American people can make that decision. Not if they don't fucking know. And if they actually had to pass a test that we get to watch, by the way. I don't want Biden's doctor going, yeah, he's fine, which we saw. You can't say that they get to make that choice when they don't get the information, you fucknut. God, this guy's pissing me off today.
I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old. And we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there.
You haven't been there, Dick. See, he just did it again. We need a president who's been there. In this race, Who's been in the Oval Office as president? Oh, yeah. The one who's not here tonight. The elephant not in the room.
President who knows how Congress works, how the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the federal
Lightning
Department
round.
of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size
Ding,
of the largest
ding.
school choice program in America, and we'll give school choice.
At this
to
point, I
every
forgot what he was
family
talking
in
about.
America when I'm in the White House.
Oh, that's right. His question was cognitive tests, and somehow he got back onto education. Fuck off.
Lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House.
Okay, Vivek, this is the one place where you really lost me. Same thing that I gave with Pence. You can't say that if the people don't get to see it. If people actually saw what Biden was like, there's no way that he gets enough votes, whether you think it was stolen or not, for it to have been stolen. He just wouldn't get it because the guy wasn't there. His mind isn't there. Fuck. I get what they're getting at. No, we don't want to do it based on tests. Well, why not based on tests? Wouldn't that be information for the people to make their decision on? Thank you, Frank. The other Frank needs to add sneering to his name. His donations have me wondering if I was donating in my sleep. I was here first. 1.5 hours behind. Chrissy admitted to furthering the will of the government. Should have been the people. Not a fan of that phrasing. No, well, he did it on purpose because he's a fucking piece of shit. Thank you for the donation, Frank. Maybe I'll have to start reading last names. God damn, I'm bad enough with first names. I can only say Frank because it's my name. Anyway.
Which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Dark Conservatarian, thank you so much. Just late last night, reviewed the debate. Ron did good in my opinion. Asa and Doug were the most boring ones on the stage. Doug, actually, I think he did okay. Asa was definitely boring as shit. Tim Scott is only interesting because he's high as fuck.
I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide. And I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Again, I like Vivek, but that answer was horrible. That answer was just horrible. Except for, I mean, I don't give a crap about him going to other places.
I will answer that.
Oh, wait,
1980 last majority. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question.
In a presidential election until 20.
I will answer that.
He brings up that Vivek hadn't voted in a presidential election until what? He said 2020. Vivek said the last two elections is when he's voted, so I'm guessing the presidential and the midterm. But that's what you couldn't hear Trump, or sorry, wannabe Trump here saying.
I will answer that. 30 second quick answer.
You guys have to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get a
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds.
But the rules stated that if he was directly mentioned and Pence was directly mentioned him, that he got to respond. You just changed the rules of the debate.
On the same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete.
How
with
many
China.
passed?
As president of the United States.
How many passed that? I led the way. We went from 11,000 to 200,000 or 20, whatever the number he gave. How many passed? You just said they took the course. Look, everybody in my classes took the classes I was in. That's just how it works. Not all of them fucking passed. Kind of a name is Asa. I think it's hillbilly for dumbass. I'm not positive.
States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science.
How the fuck will that matter if they can't fucking read, asshole? Sorry.
For the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir. This is going to go to this is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here.
You're not doing very well.
Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So is there a role for a president of the United States in changing?
Is it pronounced Asa or is that just snooty accent? No, that it's pronounced Asa. It should be Asa, but anyway.
What would you do to change that?
Well, our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education.
See, this is what I was talking about at the very beginning of the debate. Everybody should be allowed to answer every question. And that's what happens in the lightning round here. They might address what is said to them, but then they want to address that last topic. And it's annoying as shit.
In this nation is to break the backs of the teachers.
100%.
Unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids.
But you also have to get rid of the Federal Department of Education because we shouldn't have one.
Locking them into failing schools and locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As President, Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's something that I think has taught me, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door.
The hell is that noise?
And it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues.
The question was, would you support compulsory service? The answer is no. The answer is no. Say no and move on. God damn.
My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world, and this is for you, Governor Christie. Do you believe that the recent spike in UFO encounters?
This is funny.
I get the UFO question?
Yeah, you do.
Come on, man.
But okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that, there are things going on that people aren't aware of.
It's just funny. One, this really should not. If you hear a cricket, that's asshole the cricket outside the window. This should not have been a question that was brought up. And I actually don't mind Christie's answer on it. But why is this part of the presidential debate? Jesus Christ.
So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible encounters?
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
What about the fentanyl? What about anyway? He's right, but what I didn't hear is I'm going to declassify everything. The job of the president is to level with people. You don't mean that. You don't mean that. If you meant that, you'd be like, the case with Trump down there in Florida, it's no big deal. I mean, even if all that shit got out, it should get out. President's supposed to tell the truth. None of these guys mean this when they talk about, well, I don't want to say none. None of the ones we've seen mean it about actually leveling with people. They're full of shit. They say that because they're not in office yet.
Okay.
He got the fucking UFO question.
Closing arguments plus right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin.
All right, we got just we're almost done, guys. Almost done.
I believe that ultimately.
Why do I always click on him in the commercials? I don't know what that is, but at least it's different.
And moving part.
Come on. Buy that merch gold.
Adults said they were extremely proud to be an American.
Hang on.
That number.
This is the part I told you guys about earlier where he mentions the number of people.
A live look at the Reagan Library as the sun sets in Simi Valley, California. We'll see you there next month when our colleagues at Fox Business host the next 2024 showdown.
Fox Business is partnering with Univision, the Reagan Foundation, and Rumble to bring you the second Republican presidential debate on September 27th.
Sweet.
It looks pretty nice there. 20 years ago, 70% of American.
Holy shit, 5.5 hours. Is that really how long we've been? Holy shit. Guys, don't forget I'm brought to you by you, and I'm going to need to buy some lozenges for my throat. So if you're so inclined, please toss money at me. Don't do it because I'm begging like that. If you're inclined, please donate to the show. All right, here we go.
Adults said they were extremely proud to be an American. That number has now plummeted to just 39%.
Remember earlier, Mike Pence? Look, it nothing. We're all still proud, but we're still American. 70% to 39%. And actually, there's others that show that it's lower than that. But yeah, that's what we're talking about here. And Mike, like, nothing's changed. It's still 1980. Fucking asshole. Buy monkey brand lozenges? I really should make some.
In his pitch to get to the Oval Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope and optimism.
So in your closing statement tonight, please tell American voters why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school.
You mentioned the small town thing like 9 times, and you've only talked 4. Please stop. Nobody cares. What are you, Bill Clinton? I believe in a place called hope.
My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day. Our cities are.
I mean, that's a good line. Every job I had, I took a shower at the end of the day instead of the beginning of the day. But that means you went to work stanking. Dirty bitch.
Because of the fentanyl.
Okay, that's just me being petty. Sorry.
Into this country. Our economy is being
I don't care what he has to
by
say.
Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump.
Uh-huh.
One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure
You
the
won't do
border.
anything. You're not going to
I'll
get
get this
elected.
economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now.
Uh-huh.
And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
That bell doesn't mean shit. You know what that bell needs? That bell needs a buzzer attached to them where they get a shock. Ding, ding. Oh, all right, I'm done. And a good shock, too. So they're like, all right, yeah, I don't want a second shock. I'm good. Like an electric fence for dogs.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor Hutchinson?
He's and that dude, Bergie, whatever the fuck his name is, he's trying way too hard to be the down Holmesy candidate, man. Nobody gives a shit about you. You have to cut the mic off to him for. See, you guys are several of you cut the mic off. No. That doesn't teach him. We have to teach him. And you got bad behavior gets a bad result. And just cutting it off, I mean, raise your voice and yell a little louder. No, you shock the shit out of them, and then they'll stop. That's how you get them to stop. That's how you get them to respect the ding ding.
Our nation is in trouble, and it's in trouble because of failed leadership. And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden. The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's number one responsibility is to bring out the best of our people.
I'm fairly certain that's not in the Constitution. And by the way, fuck you for having the Israeli flag on you. Just had to say it one more time.
That's what.
Nothing against Israel, but you're running for American president. Get that shit off your fucking collar when you're running.
Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with a consistent conservatism.
I swear to God. Let Reagan rest, okay? I realize that Brett Baer invoked him here because the Shining City on a Hill is a great speech. None of these guys are up to that speech. Let's just be honest. But so many of them are just trying so desperate. I'm like Ronald Reagan. No, you're not. Not even close. And your head, I mean, God damn.
That's exactly what
He's got a forehead so big, he could show his titties and become really big on YouTube.
I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight.
Ding.
Asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you.
I'm high.
I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I have the good fortune of a mom who works 16-hour days.
Okay. God. If everything is all hunky-dory, why should they vote for you? It's alive and well. So you're offering nothing. Look, I do think the American dream is alive and well for some. For some. But it's getting beaten down more and more as inflation rises, it gets worse.
Sure, we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work.
Yeah.
You take out a loan, you pay it back.
Yep.
You commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men.
I doubt your mom taught you that because it wasn't a thing that had to be taught back then. We were just smarter.
I'm asking you for your vote. And if you're in Iowa, I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
I'm rolling my eyes. You can't see it.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States.
Really? Fuck, I forgot what we were watching. Everybody here wants to be president. Is it me or does he look like he's like been melting the whole show? Like he's just slowly, his head is dripping into the rest of his fat.
And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever.
The only way everyone on that stage becomes president is if you beat Joe. That was horribly worded, Chris. Everybody up here wants to be president. The only way that happens is if we beat Joe Biden and change our constitutional system to where we have 8 presidents. Ah, fuck. I realize it was probably just a wording choice thing, but You're aiming to be president, fat boy.
For beating the Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter.
And like Carter, it was when the economy was completely fucked. That it's the economy, stupid. Bill Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. And frankly, the only reason that George Herbert Walker Bush loses to Clinton is because Ross Perot's in the race. Without him, George Bush wins that race. Ross Perot took conservative voters away from him. And the simple fact is beating an incumbent is hard. What you need is a massive economic downturn, which we're having right now. So anybody who runs against Biden has a decent chance to win. The only one who'll be to shut up.
And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten the Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country.
Shut up, fat man.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Oh, we're back to grandma.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from
Video's
Afghanistan,
froze. There we go.
off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment.
So?
I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America.
Well, good on them. So I've seen her say this already. This is part of her stump speech. I dropped my husband off so he could go to another country. He's probably happy to get away from you, if for nothing else, your clothing choice. And I know what you're about to say, and it actually makes some sense, but I get really tired of these people invoking this shit. You're not doing it. You're not the one out there serving. And to me, it's just a little bit dirty when it's like, oh, my husband or my son. No. If it's not you, maybe you get to mention it here and there, but it just seems dirty to me. Really dirty to me for them to be like, they're basically, it's borrowed honor rather than borrowed valor rather than stolen valor. Ugh.
If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here.
By giving all of our stuff to Ukraine so they can fight Russia there.
I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows
No, you
that.
won't.
I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this.
All right, let's talk about it real fast. There's 8 candidates on stage, plus Donald Trump for 9. Of the candidates up there, I said pretty much any of them could beat Biden. Forrest Gump on the far right, he can't. Asa has no shot in hell. Christie, all they got to do is show pictures of Christie hugging Obama. Pence blew it with the whole Trump debacle. So let's see. That leaves, pretty much 2, because Tim Scott, God bless him for coming to this high. It's made it a lot of fun. But he's not ready for prime time. And Nikki here, I mean, other than wanting to blow up Russia and start World War III, I don't really know what's different about her than everyone else. Biden sucks. He absolutely sucks. But so many of you have such big flaws. You shouldn't even be on the stage. Vivek might have a chance against Biden. It depends on how the media portrays him. Trump and DeSantis could absolutely beat Biden. Those 2, without a doubt, could beat Biden. I'm going to be able to beat Biden because my husband's in a foreign country right now to get away from me. Do you like this quilt I put on? By the way, I'll stand up for the girls.
corruption down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and proud. We have a country to save. Join us. Go to NikkiHaley.com and let's get it done.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Vice President Pence.
She has batshit crazy eyes. Yeah, her eyes are weird. She's starting to get that Skeletor look. They're sinking into her head. In a fair election, they can beat Biden. I don't even know that that's true. But we saw what happened in 2020 with that fair election. Yeah. Just looking at them politically, look at how they've done tonight. I don't think that most of them could stand up to the press pressure. If you're just talking about the pressure alone that they're going to face, Trump, DeSantis, maybe Ramaswamy. He's done so good with it so far. Christie, he would actually stand up in that part, but mostly because he'd just be yelling about donuts or something unrelated to what the press said. But you only have 4 of them who could even stand up to the scrutiny that they're going to get if they're the candidate. So, yeah, in a perfect world, they could all beat him because he's mentally incapable of doing the job and the economy is shit. And you know what? The economy being shit might be enough to put all of them above Biden. But if we're being honest about their chances with who we've seen tonight, and if you know about who they are, yeah, only 2, maybe 3 could beat Biden. All right, dickhead.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad.
Uh-huh.
The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Bitch, you have 45 seconds. Now is not the time for your bullshit pregnant pauses to show people that you really care. Just spit it out, dickhead.
Their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties. And the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back.
Wait.
But different times call for different
You told us earlier that shit was hunky-dory. Oh, fuck you.
leadership.
This guy's a
The Republican
contradiction
Party owes the American people the choice.
with a red tie.
Proven leadership.
A blood red
at the
tie.
national
Interesting
level that knows
choice.
how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine.
There he goes taking credit for Trump again. The guy's like, oh, you couldn't let him be president again. You didn't do shit. You were vice president, okay? A vice president has never done anything unless the president gets killed. They go on diplomatic things, and if you're Biden, you know, sell access, but they don't do anything. They have literally no power unless the Senate is split 50-50, and then they get a vote in the Senate. Which, by the way, is going to be, you could have a monkey do that because they're going partisan on it.
And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people.
Do you?
The good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another
Ding,
and
ding.
renew our faith in Him,
Ding,
who
ding.
has ever guided this nation since we arrived on
See,
these wilderness
shot
shores.
collars.
I know the best days for the
Shot
greatest
collars.
nation on earth are yet to come.
If he had a shot collar way early on, that shit wouldn't still be happening. Cryptic, thank you. The economy is going to get much worse with China crashing due to their real estate and our corporations investing billions. Yeah, the real estate market over there is still having issues. Last I heard, the government was propping it up, but we'll see what happens with it. Don't they also have some runaway inflation going on right now? I just read something about their economy the other day. I want to say it was inflation related. Thank you, my friend.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where
I just want to warn y'all, we're about to see him say all the things we watched in that video the other day because he gives a little part of his stump speech here.
to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776.
Amen.
And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. there are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism.
Real quick, thank you, Cryptic, who says deflation. Oh, okay.
An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
Ding, ding, motherfucker.
Governor DeSantis. Governor?
His little smile as he waits to talk is so disturbing. Oh my God. I'm gonna have nightmares. I'm gonna have literal nightmares about that shit. He's just gonna be standing over me staring with that creepy smile. Do you want to touch it? No! Get away from me, Ron.
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue-collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also...
Nikki, notice how he himself is a vet? Stop talking about your husband unless you're going to put on the uniform. Sorry, we're going to go back a little bit because I had to throw that out there again.
The American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6', 5, and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
All right, that's the end of it. That is the end. And you know what? He gave a good closing speech. I would actually say the best closing speech of all of them. And it was pretty good. There were other things I thought about watching, but we're already 5 hours into this shit. There's no way. Maybe we'll do the Trump thing tonight. But yeah, he had the best closing. I think best overall is Ramaswamy, but again, I am biased on that. The guy's he's won me over many times with a lot of what he says. I still don't know if I would be moved to vote for him. We'll see. But I still think he did the best. And again, he's the only one who really stands out. That's why you see so many people go after him. It's only 45 minutes. Look, we are 5 hours and 51 minutes into watching a 2-hour event. Okay. Game stream, not right now. Monkey's got to get some sleep. I got to get back to sleep. I took a little nap last night, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, because otherwise we'd be going into noon with this shit. I didn't get to stay asleep long, and I'm tired. Probably going to go grab a little snack, kiss my wifey poo, and then go to sleep. But wrapping this up, let's start with Asa. Asa, just quit. Just quit. Your Southern charm isn't working. You got that Joker Biden smile. Just quit. Christy, you're fat. The only reason you're in the race is because you hate Donald Trump because he didn't give you a job. You're fat and you're very, very fat. Fuck off. I hope bad things happen to you because you are a bad person. Mike Pence. I believe you mean well. I believe you mean well. But you were very telling when you told us that you would get rid of the Department of Education and that you would then block grant that money out. By the way, he's not the only one who said it on the stage. But in doing so, you're not going to cut taxes. You're not going to give that money back to the people. You're giving it to other governments. You're going to be like, okay, state, you get this, and state, you get that. No. And he does this at a time when he's talking, we're going to cut taxes. You're going to cut taxes, get rid of a department and still keep that money coming in. You just told me you are going to increase the deficit. As you told us earlier, you're the first one who came up and said, let's get rid of the debt. The deficit adds to the debt, dickhead. You are unqualified for the job. You don't even understand what you're saying. Thank you, Retro V Gamer, for the membership. That one went out to Regional Range. Thank you so much, my friend, for that gifted donation of a sub. Don't forget, guys, you can sub to the channel. You can also just donate if you'd like to. Who's next? I'm going to start from the other side because we're going to finish with Vivek and Ronnie. So on the far other side, we got, I can't even remember his name. Doug Burgum. Is that his name? A dude from North Dakota who wants you to know that he lives in a very small town and doesn't understand anything outside of small towns. It's just small. Look, it's all small, 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 and small. And he's going to make that he's going to make that the whole premise of the entire United States. Small town living. You can't do that, dickhead. He's also one who said that they were going to give out the the DOE money. The Department of Education is going to get rid of that, and he's going to do block grants, but he's going to do it to places that are doing well with innovation. Because what we got to do is innovate the schools. They've been trying that since the fucking 60s, and every time they do, it just gets fucking worse. That's how we get Common Core. That's how we get new math. That's how we get Ebonics is just the way they speak. It's nonsensical. We were teaching people just fine. You haven't actually discovered anything that makes it better. All you've done is stupefy the children. Little golf clap for you, retard. And by the way, nobody cares about you. Go back to North Dakota. Next to him is my favorite person of the night, Tim Scott, who, oh, fuck. Timmy, please come to the next debate higher than you were tonight, because this was awesome. Pick a different drug. You were clearly on either marijuana or Xanax tonight. I'm guessing marijuana because Xanax wears off a lot faster than that. So next time, maybe a little Coke. See you a little, maybe some speed. By the way, YouTube, I'm not seriously suggesting. It would be funny. That's all I'm saying. Come with a different drug. You are not ready for prime time. You're a good speaker. I've seen you give good speeches. You have some very, very questionable financial things going on. And I'm shocked that hasn't been brought up more. That New York Times story is just weird. There's a New York Times story that looks into his finances as a candidate, and it's really weird. All right, that gets rid of them. Oh, next is Grandma. Oh, Nikki. Nikki comes in her favorite bedspread, and for the most part, I mean, at one part she's like, nobody's talking about this, and then she starts talking about it. I forget which thing it was, but she literally just starts repeating what other people were saying. Nobody's talking about this thing that they're all talking about. Her best, I guess, attempt of the night was when she goes after Ramaswamy over Ukraine. She got tons of applause for it. And it'll probably play very well in the press because the press and for some reason that audience really, really want World War III. But if you pay attention to like social media, they're moving into Ramaswamy's direction there. You might want to check yourself, sweetie. Also, you said that we're not actually hurting ourselves by giving away all this equipment because we're only spending 3.7% of our budget. The problem isn't how much of our budget we're spending. It's how much we're giving away that we cannot replace. It's not like going to the grocery store like, we used all our pancake mix. Buy another box of pancake mix. There's not a car lot sitting around with a bunch of F-22s on it where you can just go, I'll take that one. Give me that F-35 over there too. We'll drive them off the lot today. That's not how it works. They're built as needed. And we're having trouble getting the shit to build them. And it's not like an automated car process where they can get it done in a day or two. This shit takes years. And you're downplaying that without paying attention to what's going on. You're an idiot. Get off the stage. All right, that leaves us with Ramaswamy and Mr. DeSantis. I am biased for Ramaswamy. Just going to say it. I am biased for him. Don't want there to be any question about that. He did very well with most of the debate. He got drowned out a lot with clapping from retards, and some of his best lines got drowned out that way, especially the exchanges with Pence. But he had some really good answers, which unfortunately for him saying, now that everybody's done with their stump speech, we can have an actual discussion. He gets back into his stump speech pretty often in his answers, which I don't have a problem with because I agree with him. There was the one part at the end where I disagreed. But for the most part, yeah, I think he did very well. I think at the very least, he made a better name for himself. I think we're going to see the polls come out and we're going to see Ramaswamy either in second or third, and he's already there, but we're going to see everybody else just kind of flatline. Ron, moving on to DeSantis, he didn't hurt himself or really help himself tonight. He probably got some people who didn't see him before, who aren't comfortable with the kind of radical stuff that Ramaswamy's saying coming from such a young guy. He's a little older. He's a little more stately. He's been governor. He didn't really hurt himself except for the facial expressions, which most people probably did not put as much attention into as I did. I think the polls are going to show that Ramaswamy or DeSantis win this debate. DeSantis had good answers. They weren't always great answers, but he had good answers and fired up the crowd. So to me, Vivek wins. I could see people saying DeSantis wins. The other 6 on the stage were absolutely irrelevant, other than to give me stuff to make fun of. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this. It has been a long time since we've gone this long. We are 6 hours in, and some of you have been here since the beginning. I appreciate all of you who showed up, but those of you who've been here since the beginning, you are troopers, and I absolutely love you. Thank you so much for the donations, both to me and to Jack. You guys are amazing. We really, really do appreciate that. Those of you who are over on Rumble, you guys are often like the redheaded stepchildren around here. Please understand, I don't mean to treat you that way. It's just habit, and I'm trying to get better about it. I do see what you say. I actually see what you guys say a lot better than I do over on YouTube because the chat is slower. But I appreciate you guys showing up there. You guys have helped me build. We're getting really close to 1,000 followers over on Rumble without much advertising kind of stuff at all. I haven't been going and replying on other people's Rumbles, which is a good way to get people to come see your shit. But it's all because you guys, and I really do appreciate it. Don't forget to share this stuff with your friends, your family, that bitch you hate. Get them here watching with us. It's always a good time. All right, it's not always a good time. Sometimes I'm actually angry and shaking and yelling, but hopefully it's still entertaining to you. Not going to be doing a game stream right now. I did one yesterday over on Ranting Monkey Games, another solo one where I went through and showed you some good settings. Check that one out. Maybe if I wake up at the right time, I'll do one. My throat is really, really, it's not sore, but there's that tickle in the back of it. It's right back there. So we'll see how I sound when I wake up. I might sound like the ghost. Hi, guys. Sound like Biden trying to make a point. Hi, guys. You are the ranting monkey. We expect it. Yeah, but 6 hours of it, especially, I got loud on a few of these. Yeah, my throat's just done. Thank you, guys. I really, really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the show. I know that's a whole lot of politics to get into, but I enjoy this stuff. Take care of yourselves. I love you, and we'll see y'all next time. I probably shouldn't sing with my throat feeling this way. I imagine that's what some guys say if they're gay. That was